Ladies and gentlemen, we are live with day number 2 of the NA Challenger series, and let me tell you, I am so excited for tonight with the leaderboard looking absolutely stacked at the moment. Very top heavy with Shook in first place at the moment, 79 points. And in the lead, absolutely insane, but Play for Fun going to be close behind with 57. They can definitely close that gap and potentially make their way into that first place spot. Tilted Wolf Esport with, I believe, 2 chicken dinners yesterday, 46 points, and then Boomers OG, Tuk, and Rise all with 40 points apiece. So it is going to be close there. Remember, the tiebreaker does come down to kills, which Boomers are in the lead with 29. However, only 1 point behind all of those teams. We also have even the score, followed by Cat Jam with 32 points. So it is going to be a close one. Teams like Bot Push, Demon Rises, Rat City Vengeance, they are not out of it yet. They can all still fight, as we are only at the halfway point. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see the leaderboards, you can do ! Leaderboard in chat and see whereabouts your teams are placed and cheer them on. Spam those emotes as now we hop into game number 1 of the evening. We're here on Miramar for anyone who isn't aware. We start off on Miramar for the first 3 games of the evening, and then we'll be moving over to Erangel for our final 3. So definitely going to be an exciting one here as do load in. No one really going to be hot dropping too much for the time being, however, so definitely not too much to worry about here from a lot of these teams. However, there is always the potential that you could just get caught slightly off guard by one of these teams, maybe not expecting them to land quite where they are doing, as we do hop on board with Rat City Vengeance here. They're going to be up above. Dimitri landing a little bit far away from the rest of the team now, as Demons Rises are going to be landing nearby. Play for Fun down at Hacienda will be taking a couple shots over towards him, but it looks like Dimitri should be able to get to that compound nice and safely. Circle, we saw a similar one yesterday, shifting up towards El Pozo. So it'll be definitely interesting to see how things end up unfolding here, as a couple teams going to be inside Circle. Rat City Vengeance, Tuk, Tilted Wolf, Dragon, Chicken Coop, Play for Fun, Demon Rises, and Bot Push. They should all have at least some players in. Teams like Boomers OG should be able to make it in without too much of a problem, but they have to be a little bit careful here of Chicken Coop Gaming, who will be up in Power Grid, potentially trying to hold them out. Shook going to be over on the east. Nice and split off. They should be relatively safe for the time being, as we do see Dimitri. He is going to just head off to the north and try to loot up, get priority into this zone, get a compound nice and early. He will just continue into this compound and try to loot up for a little. As we will hop on board with Leafy here. Now, Leafy is a little bit close here to donations, but up the hill and in this concrete, it's a question of whether donations will be able to get eyes onto this or potentially even get spotted out. However, Leafy going to be a little bit split from the rest of Tuk, with the rest of them a little bit further over to the west, so I doubt Leafy really going to try to engage this too much here for the time being, as donations is going to be down the hill. You know, Lone Jaeger going to be a little bit over to the east inside this warehouse. So donations should be safe for the time being. However, Leafy is lurking about, potentially trying to get eyes out onto this now. It could do a little damage with that SKS. I'm not sure what other gun he's rocking. An SKS and a mini, so definitely some long-range weapons here. Could very easily do some damage over on towards donations, as we do see Dragon up to the north. They're going to be starting to rotate in towards La Cabria a little early, maybe deciding to leave that loot down at El Pozo and try to focus up to the north here. It does appear for the time being but Leafy will be moving away, not going to be causing too much of an issue here for any of these teams. However, is going to be heading kind of towards like Vegas here as he does flip his vehicle, unfortunately. Should be able to right itself. There it is. So Leafy going to be able to survive that. His vehicle has taken a tiny bit of damage, but pretty much nothing in the grand scheme of things. Some players could do a lot more damage with that with just one gun, as Dragon will be rotating in up to the north. It does look like the map is a little bugged here, so they are the only ones up there. Play for Fun going to be rotating south of San Martin, moving their way in the vehicles here, but Vegas is going to potentially be posted up here near this drop that's coming in. Keeping an eye out with that mini. Not sure where that drop was, but like Vegas just scouting out with that Mini 14. He has an 8x on it, so definitely very deadly if he is able to get eyes on towards anyone. Such as these Play for Fun players making their way up. They're scouting out. Nothing too much to worry about here as USAD just going to be clearing out over towards the warehouse. Mafo going to be grouping in with the rest of Play for Fun. However, Chicken Coop Gaming are going to be working their way in from behind here, and I'm sure this is going to grab the attention of Play for Fun if they're able to hear it. But that Bronco being moved by Play for Fun might make it a little tricky. Eel will hear the shots now as Kodak White will be pulling up over this hill. So Eel going to switch over to the barrel, getting ready to crest over. Wants to try and get eyes onto this as Kodak going to continue heading round. Spots down onto the vehicle now, decides to switch the SLR, but it's going to be a little too late as Kodak should be able to get away from this. But UMAD is going to be at this side angle. If Kodak's going to head into this compound here, UMAD could potentially catch him off guard as he has that barrel, goes for the spray. Not going to be able to connect just yet. However, the vehicle going to be taking a little bit of damage. Bolt shot comes out, not enough. Like Vegas up the hill, trying to spot down on towards UMAD. Doesn't have eyes onto it though, so decides to try and hop back inside this vehicle. Or does he? As he goes for the repeat, definitely wants to get a little bit of info onto this now. Like Vegas going to be moving down the hill. Boomers OG behind them, though, are going to have a bit of a height advantage as Real Company Man climbing up the hill here. Potentially trying to get eyes onto this. I'm not sure whether he heard the shots already, but they're scouting out over towards these compounds in the event that there are players down there running further down the hill. Could potentially be the one to get sight angles as they just clear out all of these compounds, trying their best to make sure it's clear. These teams have started to rotate their way in now. Tuk Tuk do have this crater, but we saw yesterday it can be so hard to rotate out of. If the circle shifts here, however, and it ends up closing in, it could be big for them. As Dragon, currently our last place team, are going to be getting aggressive into that circle, definitely going for the placements, but they're taking engagements over towards Hope, definitely trying to pick up points and make it into that top 8 to work their way into the RO32 starting, I believe, next week. So pull up the map real quick. You guys can see where everyone is. Cat Jam, ETS, and Born to Kill are going to be moving in a little bit late now, as we do see Brutal is going to be taking a lot of shots down the hill. Flax is keeping an eye out onto it with that K9, but he's only got a 4x, so not really going to be much help here unless he can hit some absolutely nutty shots. But over on the western side, we do see Bot Push. They are going to be posted up at this junction as Born to Kill. Assassino is going to be on the very edge here, scouting out for Born to Kill as they do get ready to make their way down. Brewston going to be engaging down the hill over towards Chicken Coop, trying to connect with some shots. Also spotting out over on towards Brutal now, but it's a long-range shot. Even with that 8x, the bullet drop can be huge here. Leafy, we saw Tuk Tuk play this position yesterday, and it got them, I believe, over 10 kills just for one single player. So it can be huge here as they realize that Play for Fun are going to be down the hill. If they can get as aggressive as they did yesterday, I'm sure they're going to be able to pick themselves up some points here. As Leafy going to be spamming shots over on towards the rotating players from Play for Fun. Nothing too much connecting yet, however. Over on this western side, I do want to keep an eye out over on towards Bot Push, as they may be able to hear these vehicles from Born to Kill making their way in. But it seems like Assassino is playing this a little bit slowly here. They want to play a little carefully, knowing that players do drop around this area and could potentially have themselves a bit of a camp posted up. But Kodak is going to hear that vehicle rotating in from Angry Skipper. Switches to the 3x. He's definitely ready to engage it. Goes for the spray. Does some big damage. Connects with the headshot. Down goes Angry Skipper. And so does Dazed, as Excite going to be able to pick him up. So 2 players from Born to Kill. They are going to be a little bit far away as Kodak trying to connect on towards 911. Can they make it 2 players down here from Born to Kill, as 911 should be able to disappear out of this line of sight, taking that Bronco all the way to the south. Should be able to make it in. Circle shifts hard over to the east here. So Shook going to be in a very good position. They have that center compound. As now Tuk, they had a strong position, but they're going to have to try to make their way down this hill now, which could be risky, especially with Play for Fun inside of here, aware of their location. Leafy taking a lot of shots here as Ronin going to be rotating down. Big sprays coming out from Tuk as Aladdin's going to be forced to go for the reload. He knows that Brewston's somewhere in this compound. Decided to run up to the north as a little bit of a safety net now. Tuk trying to hold this, making sure players can't move in, but it's going to be a little late. Necros taking a little bit of damage from Leafy across the way, trying to take shots, but the fire will get returned on towards Leafy as he's forced to go for the reposition. Tries to call out a little bit of info to his teammates as they're going to be further down the hill. Mortify getting a knock over onto MMN now. So Shook might be able to pick up their first kill of the game, but for the time being, Tuk are going to be in a rough position as 2 of their players are all the way down the hill in the compound with Bruiser Turners. Shots will be coming out here for Swarm. As Ronin going to be forced to go down a med after getting caught in the head. Aladdin's also low now as Bruiserton, it looks like he's given away his position. He is going to be holding this side angle, trying to stop Tuk from making a push. However, he is split off from his team, so if Tuk are able to push as a team, they could do some big damage here, as yet again, Aladdin's going to be taking a lot of damage from Necros up the hill. Necros now engaging over further to the west, on towards Leafy and Hope. Down on the southern side, Cypher taking shots over towards Born to Kill, not connecting though. This 911 will be able to make it in nice and safely. I say that, however, Chicken Coop are going to be just up the hill from him here as 911 tries to pull up. Purple Chicken goes for the spray, able to connect with the headshot. Down goes 911 now. So Born to Kill going to be losing yet another player, and that means only 1 left up. It's going to be Axasino. He's going to be forced to play this a little passively. He has to try and make his way into that late game circle now. Wants to try and frag out. Vega's going to be taking some shots over to the east. Just can't quite connect with anything as the fire will get returned. Bruiserton opening up over on towards Tuk now as those 2 players will be given a little bit of info away. Bruiserton able to connect with a nice shot over on towards Swom now. So Aladdin's has to try to move in for the reposition here to try and get this res, but he's only got a 1 vest and a 2 helmet. That vest is already shredded. Necros is already looking down onto this position, knowing players have to try and rotate their way in. Bruiserton tries to work in to go for the flush, but those players up the hill will be doing a lot of damage as he does get the flush over on towards Swom. Aladdin's trying to return the fire over towards Ronin's, but he's down to 10 HP, forced to pop the first aid as Bruiserton getting ready for the push with that barrel. Aladdin's managing to dodge the bullet, but he's got no health now, only 10 bullets. 1 shot and down he goes as Bruiserton going to be able to connect with the headshot on towards Aladdin. So Tuk, it looked like they were sending Hope down to support their teammate, but he's going to keep heading off to the north, and he's going to head straight in towards Dragon here. So I'm not sure whether Lemon Squeezy is going to be able to hear this. It appears that he does. Spots out the top of that vehicle, but not going to be enough. As now all the way on the south, Sad going to be able to get the knock over on towards Bruiserton. As Ronin going to be trying to go for the heal. Sad just spamming through that doorway in the hopes of connecting on towards Bruiserton. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough now, as Hope will be going down to Brutal from Dragon. So Dragon picking up their first point in the game. Very big for them. Every point definitely mattering here as they do try to work their way up that leaderboard, but it looks like Play for Fun have made a push in towards Boomer's OG compound. Bruiserton's going to be low. Molotovs start to land all around. Grenades as well. Bruiserton going to be getting knocked for a second time as Ronin holding this side angle. Hoping to catch off these Play for Fun players, but Mafo going to be able to peek round. Takes down Ronin now, so Boomer's OG are going to be in a bit of a rough position with the 2 final players up the hill, trying to maybe get a couple exit frags here as they could potentially catch these players on their way out, but Ooh from Shook will be taking shots over towards Company Man. Distracts him a little now. More shots down on the southeastern side. Oh, nothing much coming of it as Chicken Coop Gaming get ready to defend their compound up against Cat Jam. Cat Jam going to be playing this little divot here. Should be viable as Chicken Coop Gaming not wanting to push out too much, knowing it could make them an easy target. But Boppoli will be getting spotted out now by Kodak White. So Chicken Coop have definitely made that position known as Cat Jam are going to be down the hill like Vegas, rotating in a little late here for Chicken Coop. Not sure what happened. Maybe he had some technical issues, but he is making his way in now. Better late than never, I'm sure. As Kodak now going to be able to get the knock over on towards one player from Cat Jam. Tries to peek over to connect with a couple shots, but actually going to be getting the fire returned onto him. Purple Chicken throws down a flashbang from a side angle, getting the nades ready as well. Wants to try and catch these Cat Jam players with the nade as Kodak going to be able to take down Crutch, flushing him out. Chicken Coop Gaming, they want to try and push onto this, but Vegas could be big as he starts to engage from long range. Will be able to catch Cat Jam out, but he's far away from the rest of the team and can only provide so much support when he's tanking that blue damage. Kodak getting ready to peek over, switches over to the M4, spots out the smoke, knows there's got to be a player down there somewhere, spots out Lucid, big spray onto him, but it can't quite connect as Lucid from Cat Jam going to be able to return the fire. Purple Chicken peeks over, one player left up in this position for Cat Jam is going to be Cypher as he throws down smokes, flashes everything he has in the hopes of being able to get the res off, but Chicken Coop, they want to get so aggressive. Smokes coming down over on towards Kodak as they try to res him up, like Vega's going to be moving in from the southern side as the circle shifts hard over towards water treatment now. So it's going to be rough for these teams as Cypher, the only one alive for Cat Jam, just throwing down as many smokes as possible. Purple Chicken looking like he wanted to get aggressive onto this, but Play for Fun are going to be over to the west here, trying to make a push onto this and potentially clean up those knocks on towards Cat Jam. But Purple Chicken with a big spray through the smoke will be able to get a knock on towards Lucid, meaning Cypher going to be the last one up. Tries to go for a spray on towards Vegas, so they know he's going to be inside this smoke somewhere now. Flashbang comes down, and it looks like Chicken Coop definitely want to go for this. We turn on X-Ray. You guys can see they have no idea where they are, though, as more sprays coming out. Lucid and Cypher both getting eliminated as Cat Jam going to be our first team going down here in 14th position. Chicken Coop able to pick up some big kills, but over on this northern side already, Demon Rises going to be losing two players, picking up 2 kills on towards Play for Fun as they get caught off the back of that bike. Mafo, his tire's going to be low, just one bullet and he could spin out here as they do crash into each other. Mafo hopping out after the crash here, able to hit the hip fire. Mafo picking that one up, so Play for Fun at least going to get themselves 1 point as Brutal, Lemon Squeezy, Walleye all going to be up for Dragon. I speak too soon as Lemon Squeezy will be going down. Walleye going for the heal here as Brutal just trying to keep an eye out. Goes for the spray on towards Mike. Will be able to connect. Leezy getting caught a little, but not enough for the knock here as Walleye down to 2 HP. Almost clutches up after getting Wank taken low. But one player left up from Demon Rises, and they don't have a clue where they are as Necros going to be able to take down like Vegas as well. Might will be bleeding out here. Leezy going to be going for the res, but it looks like Brutal going to be doing the same, trying to take it up to a 2-man roster. As Emperor going to be able to hit a big spray onto that final Born to Kill player. Shots will be coming from long range as Dr. Claw sees the smoke, trying to spam his way through it after he was able to connect onto 1 bullet, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Rise not picked up any points yet, but definitely looking to capitalize. Ooh, and a nice shot coming out from Leezy as he does take down Brutal. Flax going down as well, so Leezy picking up a couple points here as Dragon will be getting eliminated. Going to be forced to go for the loot here as he doesn't have any bullets out for this barrel, so every single bullet is going to be big. Should be able to pick some up, however, as Mafo now trying to send it into the circle. Will be getting caught from all sorts of different angles. Can Protege connect, doing a lot of big damage on towards him as Mafo just going to send it over into this shack in the hopes he doesn't get caught out. And it looks like Protege won't have an angle onto this, but Ooh potentially could if he knows where to look. However, He is going to move inside of the building, trying to play it safe, knows exactly where this player is going to be. They just don't have eyes onto it now as Mafo is going to be getting caught out by Ooh, so he's forced to play the backside of this building. Looks like Protege could be ready to push onto this. Preps the nade. Can he cook it properly? It actually goes inside of the shack here, so Mafo will be safe. Oh, never mind. It doesn't go inside the shack, so Mafo takes a little bit of damage. More nades landing all around, but can't quite connect. There's Protege and Ooh looking to get aggressive onto this. They're not aware of Demon Rise is going to be up this hill, potentially looking to push down onto them. They only have 2 players as they get ready to hop into the bike. This is going to give Shook the info they need, however, to know about these players. Tilted Wolf start to make their way into this compound after Shook have vacated it. Shook going to be going for some drive-by kills here. Not enough. As now Rise just absolutely laying down fire. These will actually be able to take down Purple Chicken now from the vehicle. Can he take down a second now? Is Emperor going to be forced out into the open? Protege peeks up. Will be able to take down Emperor's chicken coop. Going to be getting eliminated in 10th position now. The circle gets ready to close in as Kodak up to the north will be the only player left up for bot pushes. Ooh just going to be forced to go down prone. Mortify a little bit far back. Can't really do much for his teammate here as Protege going to be in a very aggressive position, keeping an eye out for Demon Rises as they have already taken shots over towards Ooh. The smoke goes down as a little bit of cover as now Mafo going to be getting caught out by Tilted Wolf Esports over on this western side. Down go Play for Fun in 9th position now. Real Company Man taking a lot of long range shots over on towards Rat City Vengeance. More smoke's going down as Boomers do only have 2 players left. Necros will be engaging up towards Tilted Wolf and he is forced to go prone as the shots do get returned. Ooh going to be playing this ridge nice and carefully. Knows that Demon Rises are going to be over here somewhere. Leezy seems to have an idea of whereabouts V's is. As Ooh going to be getting taken down. VZ will connect over on towards Leezy. So Wank throwing down the smokes. This will give away his position a little here. So it looks like V's knows where he is. Tries to go for the spam through the smoke, but he will be able to just about lay prone and sneak his way over to the other side of this smoke as Necros now going to be engaging over on towards Tilted Wolf. They start to try to make a push, but Boomers are just going to be laying down fire. Even as a 2-man roster, they don't want to go out without a fight as Mortify now actually going to connect over on towards Dr. Claw here for Rise as Tilted Wolf going to be getting taken down. Nippin's getting flushed from long range. Speed Slayer trying to return the fire on towards Real Company Man is now Shook just engaging down to this south. Speed Slayer takes down Company Man. There's so many nades landing over on towards Shook. They get their 6th kill of the game. Tilted Wolf going to be getting eliminated over on the northwest. There's just so much going on right now. It's so hard to keep up with. Rat City Vengeance get the knock over on towards Boomers. OG is Real Company Man getting flushed out. Necros forced to play that Marauder was a little cover, but it's not going to be enough as the zone gets ready to close in. Donations and the rest of Rat City Vengeance are going to be looking down onto it. Bev going to be able to take down Kodak Black, the final player up for bot push here. As the circle gets ready to close in, we do see Shook down on the southern side. They've been able to take down 2 players already from Rise, so they're definitely looking to clean up here and finish the job. As Rise have themselves a little bit of hard cover, could make it rough here for Shook. Necros has been able to survive his way in, but if Nahax peeks up and gets eyes onto this, it could be big, and it looks like that's going to be the case as Nahax able to hit 1, hit 2, hit 3, down go Boomers OG, as Necros going to be getting eliminated, so it looks like Shook wants to get aggressive onto this. Nahax tries to peek out on towards Protege, but V's will be able to return the fire as Rise. Sigaronis is going to be the last one up. Spots out Protege. He's holding the angle, but it looks like Protege maybe spotted him. Has to hop off of that motorcycle to be able to move as Nahax will be bleeding out now. So Sigaronis giving his position away. Actually going to play a little lower on the stairs. Trying to catch them off guard now as Shook just trying to make a push into this. The grenades do come out. Sigarona's going to be holding a side angle here. I like what he's doing. Trying to catch them off guard. Goes for the hip fire, but not going to be enough as Protege pushes in. Shook going to be eliminating Rise Esports now as they get their 8th kill of the game. Over on the eastern side, Bev going to be engaging over on towards Rat City Vengeance. So they already have a player knocked. It looks like they have been able to get the res off on towards donations here as even the score just trying their best to spam through this smoke in the hopes of connecting. Doesn't look like it is going to be enough, however, as Cool Hand John will be returning fire over on towards even the score. The smoke goes down over towards Bev in the hopes of maybe being able to get the res off. Mortified down south, going to be engaging over on towards Jim Jam as the rest of Shook start to open up onto them. This could give Rat City Vengeance the opportunity they need to try and make a push as Lone Jaeger trying to keep an eye through that smoke. V's will spot him out from long range, though, as Rat City Vengeance just peeking out, trying to move into a better position. They realize that they could get spotted if they crest over this hill, so they have to try and engage onto this fight now with even the score to make it up to potentially 5 points here and more. If they are able to make their way into the late game, Jim Jam going to be the solo player for even the score. Trying to hold this side angle, however, so many smokes are going to be down. Looks like he hears Cool Hand John, though, as he does crest in between the smokes. He will be able to get the knock. Can he get the flush? He's not going to go for it as he's able to take down a second. Flushes Cool Hand John as well. Donation's going to be the last one up as Rat City Vengeance getting wiped here by Jim Jam, able to pick up the 3 kills. Can't get the res on towards his teammate, and he is going to have to rotate far as now we're down to our final 2 teams. It's going to be Shook versus even the score. Shook have themselves the high ground. Is Protege going to be hopping into this vehicle? This could be big here. So we do see how the circle is split. Jim Jam going to be all the way off to the north. Oo's starting to rotate down to use this vehicle as a bit of cover. As he starts to crest up this ridge now, Jim Jam just going to be playing the pipeline as his method of cover. Tries to spot out over on towards Mortify. Will call it to his teammates. Goes down prone, trying to catch U off guard, but long range shots coming in from V's will be able to connect. Ace taking some shots up the hill. Can connect onto them as Jim Jam going to be going down now. So 2 players left up. For even the score, it's going to be Gangster and Ace as they come up against Shook in our first game of the evening. Gangster taking a couple shots now. This could give Protege the info he needs to try and peek over, but he has to be careful knowing that Ace is over in this gas station now. It could be big as Gangster just going to be playing behind this rock as best he can. Tries to spot out over on towards U, returning the fire, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough. And this is it. Protege peeks over, does some big damage. V's going to be the one to pick up the kill, however. As now Ace, the final player remaining in a 1v4 situation here. Shook with their full roster. Even the score will at least get themselves second place. However, Ace is inside circle for the time being. He has 48 seconds to try and get a couple entry knocks over on towards Shook to do some damage here, but it looks like Shook are just going to full send it in as V's just going in with that Murado. Ace going to try to move out of the smoke. Will he be able to get one? No, he can't, as V's going to be able to clean up, and Shook taking our first win of the evening with 11 kills. That's 21 points. Very impressive. And now we see why they're currently at the top of the leaderboard. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break, but I will be back in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game number 2 of the evening. Just quickly, let's run through the schedule. Tomorrow, PCS officially starts as Group A come up against Group B. They're going to be battling it out over the next few weeks to make their way into the PCS NA Grand Final. I am Chunks. I am your host for the evening for the NA Challenger Series. And wow, Shook have actually managed to be the first team to break the 100-point mark, taking that first place from the previous game with, I believe, their 3rd chicken dinner out of the 7 games we played so far. So very impressive for them. So that's Shook in first on 100 points, and Play for Fun in 2nd place with 57. So an absolutely insane lead coming out from Shook here. Even the score are going to be in 3rd place with 49 points, so still very close between them. Rise Esports and Tilted Wolf both on 46, but as I've said before, the tiebreaker is the kills. So currently Rise are in 4th with more kills than Tilted Wolf, as Tilted Wolf are going to be in 5th. Boomers OG down with 40 points in 6th place, tied with Tuk Tuk, also tied on kills. So I'm not sure what the next tiebreaker is. I think it comes down to most points in one game. Rat City Vengeance are going to be on that edge position in 8th place with Cat Jam behind them by only 1 point. So definitely everything to play for here as we hop into game number 2 of the evening. We are here on Miramar, and everyone has been able to get to some pretty southern drop spots here, as it will definitely be favoring the south. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, as I say every game, spam those emotes in chat. Show support for your favorite teams, because you never know when a team might go down early. They see that support in chat. It gives them the motivation they need to go on. So please show them some love and say thank you, because a lot of these players, it might be their first time playing. So they're definitely taking a risk, putting themselves out there, trying to learn how to play comp a little. So you love to see it, as the circle is going to be pretty southern here. There is a low, but altogether still a potential for an island circle here. For anyone who's like me and loves watching the players struggle to try to survive, and really seeing who will commit to those kind of more risky plays early on, potentially sending players over to the islands in the hopes of being able to get players into that late game and clear out the area. But it is very risky if you do decide to do that, as you're sending a player out into the open. You're down to a 3-man. If a squad ends up pushing you, that one player that isn't there could be the difference, as we do see where all the teams are going to be. It's a pretty slow start to the game, as teams have all kind of got an idea of where everyone's going to be dropping now. People not really going to be hot dropping on each other too much, as everyone kind of has the drop positions marked out. Everyone should be kind of safe, as Demon Rises, Rat City Vengeance, and Rise all going to have a little bit of a tough time potentially rotating in through all of these teams over on the northeastern side of the circle. It's going to be a bit rough for them, so definitely wouldn't be surprised if they do decide to just go all the way up north and rotate the long route in now. It can take a while, and you can tank a lot of blue damage, but it's definitely the safer bet here if you are worried about these teams that are going to be camping the edges. We do see Play for Fun now are going to be 3 men inside 1 vehicle, so they do have to be a little careful. UMAD is going to be further away down to the southwest, as Play for Fun just going to be keeping an eye out for another vehicle in the hopes that they can maybe get some players into there. But they continue to head over to the west, over towards this motorcycle. Not sure whether Play for Fun are going to decide to loot up this compound as a little bit of safety, or whether they just want to send it straight into the circle. And it looks like circle is going to be the case, as they want to get in nice and early, get that good placement, get a strong position, try to survive until the late game, as Boomers OG are going to be inside Picardo. Like Vegas is going to be up to the north inside this concrete, just south of Power Grid. Not being engaged in each other too much so far this event. However, with Chicken Coop Gaming going to be on the very edge of the circle here, there is definitely the potential that Boomers OG could do a little bit of damage try to hold them out, as it appears that like Vegas will just continue heading over to the east, knowing that there is going to be a team inside Picardo. So deciding to play a little bit passively, definitely playing carefully, doesn't want to give any free points away here. Just play for fun are going to be moving down to the eastern side of Picardo. Mafo going to be keeping an eye out with the SKS, and he spots out over on towards even the score. Not going to take any shots just yet, because they do need to be wary of Picardo, knowing there's going to be players down here. Eel moving off ahead inside that Marauder, is now Mafo not going to be able to provide much fire support if he does get caught from ahead, but front it does appear to be clear other than even the score. It looks like actually a drop will be coming down over on towards Born to Kill here, so they should be able to pick themselves up at least some 3 gear, potentially some better loot, depending on what it is. And it is actually going to be an AUG here, which could be huge. It's one of those guns that can be very easy for these players to control, especially if they're able to get a 3 or a 4x. It becomes a very good mid to long range weapon now for when you're really in those peak battles up on ridges. As do see Demon Rises and Rise are going to be both very close to each other now, as just going to be inside this vehicle. Rise deciding to hang a little bit further to the west. Definitely nervous in case they do get drive-by. Nothing too much to worry about though. All you have to do is try to move a little bit further away from those vehicles. Mortify is going to be the solo player for Shook here, as Demon Rises will be making their way in towards Minas. Mortify should be able to get himself a vehicle nice and easily. However, VZ is going to be over to side here. MMN coming in from the north as well, so Mortify just trying to get away. Here's these vehicles coming. Doesn't want to engage onto a fight just yet. As the circle does begin to close in, teams are going to be forced to make their way through sooner or later. The first shot's going to be coming out here from USAD over towards ETS, as even the score will be able to return fire over on towards Peel. The smoke does come down. However, Boomer's OG up the hill will also be trying to engage onto this. Bruiserton trying his best to get a side angle, but doesn't look to be enough, as now even the score Gangsta, he takes a little bit of damage, but he is still trying to return fire with that M16 as he moves his way inside to try and heal up. Bev just trying to take shots down towards him. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough for now, as Leezy over on this northeastern side. Rise Esports making a push over towards him. Not sure whether they realize that Leezy is in fact out of this shack here, playing that scout position for Demon Rises. Over the rest of the team are going to be rotating early. He spots out over towards Rise, so Wenk will be there to provide some fire support, but will it be enough? Is Leezy going to be able to take that opening shot over on towards Jason? Connects with the first headshot, follows with the body, and then hits the second. So Leezy will be able to get the knock here. Sigarona's getting a little bit aggressive onto this. Not sure whether Demon Rises want to take the fight here or whether they just want to play it slow. It looks like Rise will be engaging onto this. Nahak's doing some big damage over on towards Leezy just before he rotates, but it's not going to be enough, as Demon Rises should be able to make it into the zone safely now. However, they're heading pretty close to even the score here, so even the score may be able to get some shots off onto them before is able to notice that the compound is taken. He's scouting out, and it appears that he may have seen them. So Demon Rise is going to switch up their rotate a little now. The circle does begin to close in, so we will see how teams decide to play us over on the western side. Rat City Vengeance are going to be heading in from Monte Nuevo, taking that long rotate in the hopes of avoiding any players and engagements here. There's lots of shots going to be coming out here from Born to Kill over on towards Boomer's OG. Stays with that SKS, trying to connect as best he can, but those tight angles up in that tower are going to be big here for Boomer's OG. Stays just going to be going for a bit of a reposition here. So the circle gets ready to pop in just a matter of seconds. We do see Shook down on the southern side. Going to be heading very close to Aladdin's here. Not sure whether Aladdin's hears this or not. He will be aware that there are players rotating around, however, deciding not to engage. Shook going to be heading all the way around now. Crutch, sorry, also not going to be engaging here as they realize that Shook are heading round to the west as the circle shifts down to the south. So if we see another hard shift down to the south here, there's definitely the possibility of an island circle. It's a question of will teams send people over early or not, as space is going to be limited. Pretty much this whole southern side is completely open and unplayable. There are a couple compounds which we do see Shook going for here, but is it going to be enough as Tilted Wolf are going to be making their way into a compound? A drop has landed quite close to them, but it doesn't look like they're going to be going for it. Actually, Mippins has spotted it out, so he is moving his way over inside of that buggy. Trying to get eyes down on towards this drop, see what it is. There's going to be another AUG, but that 3 gear is arguably the most important part of it. Leafy engaging over towards those rotating players from Dragon now. Can't get eyes onto it, but in a zone like this, making your position known and making teams aware that you have a hard cover can be so big here. Just because of how important hard cover is, Walleye going to be able to connect over on towards Necros as Jim Jam heading down to the south inside of the Bronco. Tuk actually able to get a knock over on towards Necros now. Will be able to flush it out as V's also going to be engaging over on towards Axazino. Protege flushes it out as Born to Kill. Angry Skipper is going to be a little low. Not taking any more shots, however, from Shook or Tilted Wolf as Mippins tries to go for the spray with that AUG over on towards Shook. As he's forced to disengage now as Shook going to be a little bit on the back foot, maybe not expecting teams to be up here. V's is very far away, so is U now. So Tilted Wolf just trying to get eyes over on towards him. Not sure where they see V's through the tree here. So we do have X-rays, so it does make it a lot easier for us to spot than maybe it is for these players here. As Mippins getting aggressive here over on towards Shook. It looks like Mortify is ready to crest up, spots out Mippins, or does he? As Mippins actually going to be going prone here. Wanted to give any info away to Shook as they are playing it slow. They don't want to push over the top just yet. Mippins just laying prone, not wanting to give any info away, hoping maybe his team can come and provide some support. Mortify getting ready to crest over. Doesn't spot out Mippins, as Mippins will be able to engage with a little bit of damage. Protege trying to come from this side angle, but they still don't have exact positions on where Mippins is going to be, so he's looking out over this ridge. Trying to spot onto him. Dead will be spotted out. Takes a couple shots with the mini, but the fire will be returned onto him. Mortify getting taken low as well as he takes out a couple of those barrel shots. V's trying to work his way up this hill, but is it going to be enough? Ooh, engaging from long range over on towards Speed Slayer. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough as now Mortify forced into an aim battle. Grenades coming out here from Tilted Wolf Esports. They are landing close as Protege going to take a little bit of damage. Forced to try and back off this. Mortify holding this side angle, making sure that Tilted Wolf can't peek their way around, but is going to be big as Daze now from long range is going to be engaging over on towards Mortify. Can maybe make something happen here as he tries to spot out over on towards Speed Slayer? Will be able to get eyes onto it, but not quite enough as V's finally been able to group up with the rest of his team. Has himself an AUG and the 3 gear. It could be huge as Protege going to be able to get the opening knock over on towards Mippins. Tries to go for the flush, will be successful as Dead and Speed Slayer trying their best to trade it out. Mortify going to be able to get the knock over on towards Dead. However, Dead will be able to return it with the grenade. Sorry, Speed Slayer will be the one getting knocked here for Tilted Wolf. Beast tries to peek up, will be able to take down Dead, gets the flush as well. So Bruiser turn all the way up the hill here from Boomer's OG. Going to be third partying onto this with the SLR. Trying to take shots over on towards V's. Not going to be enough to get the knock. As Tilted Wolf only have one player up. He's going to be all the way down inside this compound. V's going to be going for the heal. Getting ready to return fire onto this. He has himself that SKS, which could be huge here as the circle does shift over to the east. So we aren't going to see the island circle, but it's still going to be messy for so many of these teams now. As Dimitri will be spinning out. Born to Kill going to be third partying over towards Shook. And this is not what they want here, especially with Boomers up the hill. Boomers could make a big push onto this now as Ronan going to be cresting over that ridge. Doesn't look like Protege is going to be able to spot him as he looks a little bit far to the right. UMAD going to be able to get the knock over on towards DeVito. As now Protege forced to go prone. He spots out Brewston, but it's too little too late as Brewston able to get the knock and the flush. So Shook going to be losing a player now. Mortify and V's and Oo all going to be down to the south, holding down onto this ridge. They know that Rat City Vengeance wants to try and make a push over onto this. Is Dimitri going to be able to get a knock over on towards Oo? Can V's maybe trade it out? Goes for the spray, does some big damage over on towards Lone Jaeger. But is it going to be enough? As now Cool Hand John getting lit up from Born to Kill. Can't really support his team here, even though he does have eyes over on towards V's. Tries to connect with that SKS, but the smoke will be going down. It provides him a little cover, but also means that he's not quite able to hit those shots that he wanted to over on the eastern side. Boppily engaging up towards Tuk Tuk and up towards Demon Rises now. So Cat Jam, only one kill so far this game, but definitely could add to it as we still have all 14 teams in the lobby. Even if they don't really have a full four-man. Brewston taking a lot of shots down on towards Emperor as he is going to be behind this vehicle now. Like Vega's going to be taking a little bit of the fire for his teammate, trying to provide a bit of a distraction, but as that vehicle starts to roll back, Brewston could get eyes onto it. They realize they're going to be going for the pickup here as now Boomer's OG just absolutely raining down fire. Down goes Emperor. Can they get like Vega's as well? One bullet will connect as Vega's going into safety, or so he thinks, as Day's just going to be ready to pick this up as they know that like Vegas is going to be over here from Chicken Coop. They heard the vehicle pull up, so Days from Born to Kill just keeping an eye out here, and it looks like all these players want to get aggressive. Vega's going to be the final player up, just playing it slow. Sorry, not the final player up, but the final player in this position, as the rest of his team are going to be all the way out in blue, tanking a lot of damage here. The circle does center up over on towards Tuk Tuk, so it's looking good for them here. As now even the score will be on the very edge of the zone. They take a couple shots over towards the rotating vehicles, but is it going to be enough? As Gangster getting ready to peek up, take shots over towards UMAD. Not going to be able to connect onto them as Bot push over to the west are also going to be trying to make their way into circle. Mortify goes down now as the final player left up for Shook is going to be V's. He does get flashbanged. It's rough for him as the grenade comes down. Cool Hand John going to be able to take down both players as Shook, our first place team, with 100 points, will be going down in 14th position. So this gives teams in those second, third places positions an opportunity to start closing the gap here as Excite going to be moving up the hill. Play for fun. Are going to be able to pick up a point as now they catch these rotating players. DeVito going to be getting flushed out as all of these bot push players are going to be making a push into this position. Spray comes out from I'm Not Arrogant. Tries to take down one. Eel from the side angle will be caught with a headshot, but he doesn't go down as now bot push trying to make a flank round onto this. They know roughly where Eel's going to be, but they are forgetting about Mafo here on this shack. Eel going to be getting spotted out as he takes a couple shots, but Excite going to be returning the fire. As now Bot Push able to clean up, play for fun, but at what cost is now Excite is going to be knocked. Kodak Black has to try and get some loot here to try and heal up. So definitely a rough one here as we see the circle close in. Tuk Tuk, Rise, Dragon, Demon Rises, Bot Push, even the score. They're all inside the circle. But is it going to be strong enough as now all these players from outside just trying to take long-range shots to work their way into circle? They realize that a lot of these compounds and positions are going to be taken. So Alawi trying to connect from long range to potentially try and clear himself a position in. Ace taking a lot of shots over on towards Broomer's OG as they do send two players over in vehicles. Alawi taking that motorcycle down. Beverage going to be taking some long-range shots over towards him as even the score. They realize now they can't spend the whole time focusing outside a circle. They do have to try and clear their way in. Down on the southern side, Lone Jaeger going to be able to spot out Purple Chicken. Angry Skipper going for the shots on him as well, as it looks like Purple Chicken going to go down to zone. So Chicken Coop Gaming get eliminated in 12th position now. Angry Skipper has drawn a little bit of attention to himself now, as Rat City Vengeance going to be looking up in this position, trying to get eyes onto him. Boomers OG all the way up to the north, trying to work their way down. But Dragon are just going to be raining down hell onto them, as Aloe getting eliminated, the final player for Tilted Wolf. It looks like Boomers OG should be able to just about make it in circle safely, as Demon Rise are going to be grabbing the attention here of Rise. Nahak's going to be getting caught with one, as Wank doing some big damage over on towards Sigaronis. He should be able to heal up, but he's forced to lay prone for the time being, as Demon Rise is able to get the opening knock over on towards Nahak. Sleazy getting aggressive onto this. He throws out that nade. Will it be enough to connect? It looks a little bit far to the right, as Boomers OG also going to be third partying onto this. They do get the flush on towards the Hacks. So Rise going to be in a bit of a rough position now, as they're getting pushed from two different teams. But Demon Rises, they see the circle shift over to slightly to the west. So they will decide to, by the looks things, just head into the circle and not worry too much about this fight. Still 10 teams alive, and we're 20 minutes into the game. It is going to get messy here, as Sigarona's going to be going for the heal. Dr. Claw tries to return fire over on towards Demon Rises. Born to Kill going to be able to take down Excite now. So it's a 1v1 for Bot Push versus Born to Kill, as Kodak just playing slow, trying to keep an eye out here for where Angry Skipper is, but he's moved all the way down the hill. He's going for the reposition. Kodak, seemingly aware of this, knows there could be a player down here. Just going to go prone inside this divot, playing it nice and carefully. Doesn't want to give anything away. Angry Skipper trying to make his way up, realizes that he's given his position away now, and Kodak is going to be waiting for him. Can he maybe get eyes over on towards Rat City Vengeance here, as they will be just over this ridge? It looks like Lone Jaeger will be able to spot out Angry Skipper. So Rat City Vengeance, they need to peak this as a team now. They want to be able to engage, as the long-range shots will be coming in. Lone Jaeger will be able to connect with a couple of bullets. Angry Skipper getting taken low. Kodak, however, going to be third partying onto this. Picks up the kill on towards Angry Skipper. Kodak going for the reposition, and he realizes that even the score are going to be coming in from the northern side. Running up to the north, gets the opening knock over on towards Rise now, as they're going to be losing yet another player. Sigarona's trying to go for the heal, and realizes he just can't viably get the res as he tries to move away. Spray coming out from MN, as Sigarona's just trying to work his way up the hill, dodging and weaving. J Snow getting ready to try and return fire, but doesn't have eyes onto any of them. As the circle does get ready to close, he will be getting caught by those Tuk-Tuk players. Swome, long range with a dirty little angle here. Trying to get eyes down onto this. Decides to go prone here for Rise, as now Dragon are going to be making a push over on towards Boomers OG. Down goes Kodak, the final player from Bot Push, but was able to pick up a couple kills here. So 9th place, and now we're into the placement points. Teams want to play a bit more passively here if they're going for those placement points. They want to try and get those wins, as Boomers OG, they're going to be laying prone. It looked like Dragon were going to make a push onto this, but that's not going to be the case, as they now go and engage over on towards Rise Esports. J Snow trying to take a couple shots, accidentally tags his teammate in the leg. As J Snow and Sigarona's just laying prone. The grenade does connect on towards Sigaronis, and oh no, Sigaronis, he dropped a nade. He's going to blow himself up. Almost takes down his own teammate, but it's going to be Walleye able to pick up the point there for Dragon Gaming, as they do grab themselves a kill here. As Bruiserton, he's going to hear the shots coming out from Dragon, as they think that this area is going to be clear. They're not aware that Boomers are going to be making a sneaky play up. Brutal going to be taking some long-range shots over towards Tuk-Tuk, as Tuk-Tuk do have themselves some hard cover inside the circle. Flax trying to engage over on towards Swome, does a little bit of damage. Doesn't look to be enough, though, as Boomers just played ever so passively. They're inside circle, and they don't want to throw this away now. Flax getting ready to peek over. Could run and maybe catch him out here. He doesn't appear to be aware. Ronan just going to lay low and lay prone. Doesn't want to give anything away that he doesn't have to. Knows there is a player up there somewhere, as he spots the top of his head. Going to call this out to Bruiserton, as Bruiserton just keeping an eye on this position, sneaking his way up, staying prone for the time being. Down on the southwestern side, even the score, they've got a big split going on up against Rat City Vengeance, but is it going to be enough? As now Cool Hand John going to be going down. Lone Jaeger tries to trade it out as he pushes over towards Ace. Donations gets the flush over on towards Gangster, so ETS going to be losing a player now. Ace gets spotted out. Lone Jaeger peeks up, goes for the spray, wants to try and flush it out, decides not to. As Dimitri... Lone Jaeger going to be the final two players remaining. Bev is still up here for ETS. So is Jim Jam. And not sure what really the play is here for Rat City Vengeance, as they've made so much noise. It's going to be rough for them. It looks like Jim Jam getting ready to move any second, as over on the east, it looks like Demon Rises are going to be engaging over on towards Cat Jam. MM takes down one, takes down a second. Cypher going down. Lucid's going to be the final player remaining for Cat Jam here. Returns the fire with the barrel. Wank trying to go for the repeak to trade it out, but he gets taken down as well, as Cat Jam going to be able to take down one more player. Demon Rise is going to be far away, as Rat City Vengeance will be going down as well. Leezy from behind trying to get this side angle. Cat Jam have no idea where he's going to be, as he just sneaks his way up. Doesn't want to give any info away. Lucid going to be going for the res. He could be completely open. If Leezy peeks up onto this, he's going to be able to get the flush onto one at least. So Cat Jam will be losing one more player. Lucid will be getting knocked for the second time. One player left up. It's going to be Bopley, and he's trying to go for the heal. Leezy getting ready to peek over. Throws down the smoke over onto his teammate to try to bait out the res. Tuk Leafy will be able to get the knock over on towards Jim Jam. Can he get the second player? No, he can't, as Bev going to be going down to the circle here. So it shifts over slightly to the east. Tuk still have themselves some hard cover. Dragon going to be inside the circle, as Boomer's OG just laying prone. Don't want to give any info away here, as Brutal able to get the knock over on towards Swarm now. So Tuk are gonna have to try to go for the heal. Cat Jam throwing down some smokes. There's a little bit of cover as they're on such a steep part of the hill. It's going to be rough to make their way up here, as Demon rises. They're going to be a three-man strong, but we saw Lucid and Bopley absolutely pop off earlier. So can they make it happen again, as Lucid just going to be moving all the way around, realizes that Demon rises are going to be up this hill somewhere. So Lucid playing it slow, tries to go for the shots over on towards Leezy. Leezy going to be able to trade it out, however. Bopley going to be the final player up, goes for the spray. The 3 armor not going to be enough to save him, as Bopley just solo here. Leafy going to be able to get the knock on towards Lucid. Sorry, the flush here. So the final player for Cat Jam, it's going to be Bopley, is aware that Leafy is going to be sneaking up from behind. Flashbangs do come out. Bopley just going to be laying low at the bottom of this hill, and Leafy getting ready to try to peek over. Will be getting spotted out from Demon Rise here, so the third party has been squashed for the time being. Tuk starting to engage down onto this. They realize there are going to be players down here. Bopley will be getting spotted out, but that could draw the attention here, as Hope will be taking a couple shots. Demon Rises trying to work their way round to the east. They don't want to give away any info here, as they try to work their way out of the circle to disengage from this fight. Aladdin's will be going for the heal over on towards that teammate from Tuk, as now they have given away that hard cover position. Lots of shots coming out from long range, as Dragon still engaging with those SLRs, not realizing that Boomers are going to be right behind here. Playing it slow. Flax with some long-range SLR shots. Can he pick up Leafy? Doesn't look like it. As Dragon on 3 kills. They're looking to try and get more. The question is, are they going to be able to confirm it now, as Brutal looking up to the north checks out over towards that Murado. Wank and MM from Demon Raj just going to be laying prone for the time being, not wanting to give any info away as we go into phase 8 now. We'll see how this shifts. It goes up to the north, so Dragon have the circle favorability now. Boomers could potentially make their way into this, however, as Ronin now going to be opening up. Brewston ready as well, realizes there's going to be a player above him, able to take down one, or is he, as Brutal returns the fire, gets the knock over on towards Bruiserton, so Ronin's gone loud, but he might be regretting it now, as he doesn't have eyes on towards Walleye. Walleye going to be returning the fire, Ronin down 17 HP, but Walleye switches over to that SLR, able to pick up the kill. MMN now going to be coming in from that southeastern side, aware that Walleye has engaged. Flax is down, so only 3 players left up here for Dragon. Walleye watching out just in case, but doesn't have info onto Demon Rise, as they will be able to just sneak their way into the circle over on this southeastern side. They have themselves a ridge. They're inside the zone. This could be big for them here, as Tuk trying their best to fight out if this circle shifts away from them. As it is going to center up, it's going to be so rough, as once they get out of this hard cover, there is nothing for them. Demon Raj is playing so slowly here, not wanting to give away any info. Definitely can't blame them, as Aladdin's maybe aware that something's up. I'm not sure whether he heard the footsteps, but he's looking out on towards this ridge. Trying to spot down. Brutal will be returning fire over towards Leafy, playing it very slow, just trying to hold that corner, knowing that Leafy's going to be around there somewhere, trying his best to pre-fire it, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough as now the circle starts to close in. Aladdin's just going to be holding this ridge here. Will be able to get taken very low. As Leafy getting ready to crest over the ridge. Demon Rise is going to be down the hill here, laying prone as Dragon trying their best to get an angle onto this. The smokes will provide cover for Demon Rises here. There's now 10 seconds till the zone starts moving again. It's going to center up, so teams have to play for that central position. The grenades do come out. They're landing very close here to Demon Rises, but just not going to be enough as Walleye just going for that spray realizes that as soon as he eliminates this team, he can focus all of his attention over on towards Tuk as he will be able to hit the spray with the headshot over on towards MMN. Just trying to connect onto that final player. As Wanged will be going very close to zone, and it looks like he might end up going down here. Has been able to make it in just about. Walleye catches him with the headshot. As now Dragon looking to try and confirm this win, but Tuk, they've already sent Leafy out. He has the center of the zone here. So Tuk getting aggressive over on towards Dragon. It's a 3v3. Walleye trying to peek out round to this side angle. Is going to get spotted out here by Hope, as Hope actually going to accidentally flash himself here. Calls it out to Aladdin's, but Aladdin's has no heals whatsoever. Brutal takes down Leafy. Hope goes down as well to Walleye as the fire gets returned, but it's not going to be enough as Dragon getting their first win of the event. 10 kills, 20 points, taking that strong position, almost getting ruined by Boomer's OG as they were able to just sneak up behind, but it wasn't enough, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a short break and we will be back with our final Miramar game of the evening, marking the halfway point of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we are loading into game number 3 of the evening. But before we get into that, let me remind you that starting tomorrow, PCS group stages begin with Group A versus Group B. These teams are all going to be facing off throughout the next couple weeks at twitch.tv/PUBG. My name is Chunks. I'm your host for the Challenger Series tonight. And let me tell you, I'm excited to see how this game goes. Shook with a pretty rough game last game. Not quite able to pick up the points that we're used to them being able to get, but still holding strong in that first position. Managed to break that 100 points mark. It is big for them as we load into the plane. I'm excited to see how this one goes, as it's going to be a pretty easterly plane here. It could be rough for a lot of these teams trying to make their way in. We do see the plane coming across. Gonna be interesting to see if in our final Miramar game of the evening and of the round, if anyone does decide to hot drop each other, is it is going to be a slightly different plane to what we used to see, and not really a common plane here for what we've seen throughout the event. However, teams should be able to get where they need to go without too many issues. However, there is always the possibility of a hot drop. Maybe those teams that are lower down want to try and take an early game fight here, pick up a couple points early on in the game, in the hopes of being able to maybe make it into that top 8, as it is definitely close around the 8th position mark, as teams are going to be fighting, trying to grab onto every point they can. As over on the western side, it looks like Swom is already down here in a vehicle. So I'm not sure what the play is here for Tuk Tuk, whether they're going to try and loot the crater or whether they want to try to engage onto this. But it does look like they're going to let Tilted Wolf get away nice and safely. Leafy with that mini trying to connect down to the south. Has himself a 3x, so it could be big here. However, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to hit anyone. And we do see a very southern circle again. Now, to the casual PUBG viewer, you might see this as just a southern circle, but there is so much unplayable terrain because of all this water. Teams are going to be forced to fight very early in the game just due to the lack of space inside the zone. So expect a lot of teams to maybe go down to some DMR shots as they try to work their way in. Teams are going to be all on top of each other very early on in the game. And I should point out for a minute, Boomer's OG, it does appear that for the rest of the night, they could potentially be playing as a 3-man, as one of their players has unfortunately lost internet connection, and it doesn't appear like it's going to be up anytime soon. So unfortunately, we can't hold on for them to get their 4th and get his internet back up and running. But if you guys were wondering why they only played as a 3-man this game and why they're playing as a 3-man next game, it is down to technical issues. So Boomers are working to get this sorted as soon as possible. But unfortunately, this is the nature of esports. Sometimes we have these technical issues, especially with these online tournaments where we just don't have the ability to restart games or wait for players. So it's very unfortunate for Boomers, but we saw them make their way into the late game last game, so let's see if they can do it again, as Necros is just going to be looting up for the time being. Shots over to the northeast, but it does appear that that's just going to be some players looting up through Picardo, maybe shooting through some windows. They'll have themselves plenty of ammo, I'm sure, as we are playing on competitive settings. If you guys aren't familiar, the super rule set means that loot spawns are a lot higher than they are in regular games, trying to reduce that RNG as much as possible here, as Bot Push will have players rotating directly through the middle, as Bruiserton actually going to be heading down to the south over towards Dragon, as Flack's just going to be looting up inside of this concrete. Bruiserton will be heading in from the north. The vehicle is going to be parked inside, so Flax could potentially get the jump onto this, as he decides not to take the spray at Bruiserton just yet, perhaps leaving it a little late. Bruiserton looking like he will be able to get away from this without too many issues. Walleye trying to move for the spray as well, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as Bruiserton should get away nice and safely. Necros is going to adjust the rotate accordingly, but DeVito is able to hear it and trying to go for the reposition to try to maybe catch them off guard on the rotate. DeVito just holding this side angle. Nothing much for now. Necros going to be rotating down to the south. Bot push boomers and Dragon all going to be in roughly the same location, as it does appear that bot push are going to be rotating very close here to Dragon. They do hear the vehicles, so not going to be cresting over towards them. They don't want to give away any info, as I'm Not Arrogant is going to be looking over this way. Only has iron sights on that bolt, so I'm sure he's going to be trying to move away from this position, scouting it out for the rest of the team as X-Sight's starting to move past. Flax will go for the spray. Can they maybe connect here, as Lemon Squeezy able to take down X-Sight? I'm Not Arrogant going to be pushing in as well now, as he will be getting caught by Walleye with that SLR, so looks like bot push have given up on this, and they're just going to move away. They don't want to lose any more players, as they've already lost 2. Kodak will be taking a little bit of damage to his vehicle, but should be able to get away without too much of a problem. Tuk going to be engaging already up to the north, as Jay Snow going to be able to get the knock and the flush on towards Swome now. Bot push in a bit of a rough position. They've had to change where they were going to go, but they have been able to at least get themselves some hard cover now. Mortify all the way up to the north is going to be dangerously close here to Tilted Wolf, is yet again going to be the solo player over in Minas, relying on that esports spawn to be able to get out of the city without too many problems. But it is risky here, as so many teams up to the northern side will be trying to rotate through and around El Pozo. This could be big for Tilted Wolf if they are able to maybe get some shots, but doesn't look like that is going to be the case, as even the score will be just taking this road down and getting out of there as quickly as possible. However, Rise will be coming from behind and could potentially do a little damage here to Tilted Wolf as they try to make their way in. We do pull up the team logos, and down to the south, do see bot push. They're going to be inside this compound, taking a couple shots over towards the play for fun players as they rotate along inside that vehicle. DeVito will be trying to engage, but they should be able to get in nice and safely. Dragon taking a lot of shots down on towards Ronin, as he should be able to make it into the circle without much of an issue. Mortify very far behind the rest of Shook here, trying to make it in, so could be a little risky. However, it doesn't look like any teams are going to be holding him out of the zone here, as bot push taking some long range shots over on towards Born to Kill, trying their best to engage. Doesn't look like much is going to come of it, as they are very, very far away. However, Play for Fun going to be returning the fire down onto them, wanting to damage those vehicles. Born to Kill are going to be down the bottom, and it looks like UMAD is ready for this. He wants to try and go for a spray on towards these vehicles. Does some big damage over on towards Assassino, as one more bullet might be able to do it, but it doesn't look like it's quite going to connect. Goes for that second vehicle as well, but the same fate arriving, as Angry Skip are going to be heading straight in towards Dragon. So Dragon looking like they could potentially be able to pick up even more kills now. Lemon Squeezy goes for the spray. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as Born to Kill have decided to just absolutely send it into this compound. Dazed is getting ready. 911 leaning out of this vehicle, trying to go for the drive-by. There's Walleye going to be engaging onto him. 911 getting ready for this. They pull up on top of the building here. Very impressive, as 911 is going to be inside now, able to hit the hip fire over on towards Walleye. Tries to go for the flush, but Lemon Squeezy going to be peeking down onto this as well. Daze coming from behind, as 911 will be able to pick up the kill here. Angry Skipper goes down. So does Adesino. So it's a 2v2. Dragon versus Born to Kill, as 911 getting a little bit aggressive, trying to move outside this building. Wants to maybe catch these players off guard, as Dragon could be expecting them to be inside this long building. Brutal throwing out nades, flashbangs, everything he can, as Flax just going to be holding this side angle. 911's ready for it. Goes for the pre-fire, but it's not going to be enough, as Flax going to be able to take him down. Daze going to be the last player remaining for Born to Kill here, as they've only been able to pick up 2 kill points so far. Flashbang goes down. Can it connect on towards Brutal? Going for the heal, so not going to be enough, as now Brutal takes down Daze. Dragon going to be picking up there, I believe, 6th kill of the evening over on towards Born to Kill, as they get eliminated in 14th position over on the western side. Even the score, they're going to be engaging here up against Tilted Wolf, as Tilted Wolf have tried to make a push into this compound, and it looks like even the score have been able to return the fire as dead. Throws out a nade. Gangster does look to be the only player completely inside this compound. Bev is going to be coming from behind to try and provide some fire support here. But is it going to be enough? As Gangster holding that left side. Bev getting ready to look over. Does spot over onto Dead now. Not quite able to connect as Dead returns the fire. Doing a little bit of damage here. Gangster holding off to the right as now Tilted Wolf are going to be trying to make their way out of here. The rest of Even the Score, however, they're going to be ready for this as Ace on top of this building is going to be trying to get eyes onto it. It looks like Tilted Wolf are actually just going to pull up over on this southern side for the time being. They are not going to be forced to move just yet, but as they crest over this, the rest of Even the Score are going to be ready for it. The grenade comes out. Can it land close to the vehicle? Certainly is close, but it's not going to be enough as now Tilted Wolf just trying to make their way out of this fight. Gangster can't engage as Tilted Wolf going to be heading out off to the north. The circle shifts hard down to the southeast now as there's a huge amount of water. Teams are really going to suffer here as they are very limited in terms of space. Protege just trying to destroy that bike as soon as possible. Wants to try to do some damage over on towards Demon Rises now as they do make their way in towards Circle. Mortify engaging over on towards Brutal as he spots out Dragon inside this position. He does go prone, so should be safe for the time being, but he has to try to move as now so many teams going to be in a rough position over on this western side. Even the Score, they're going to be trying to drive past Tilted Wolf, but Mippin's able to take down one. The rest of Even the Score will be forced to try to move away from this position. Rise moving in over on that southwestern side now. There's so many teams over on the west are going to be clustering into each other. Alawi goes for the spray on towards Jim Jam. Can't connect, however, so Even the Score going to have to adjust their rotate yet again now. Dead trying to engage over onto a Gangster, but not connecting. As now, if a team was posted up on this eastern side in the way that Play for Fun is, they could do so much damage trying to catch these rotating players off guard. Taking them down as the circle does begin to close in over on the western side. More shots coming out here from Tilted Wolf as Jim Jam from Even the Score will be able to take down Cool Hand John. Goes for the flush as well. So Even the Score picking up their first point of the game now. Circle closing in. Team's gonna have a very rough time making it into the circle. Tuk only just coming in from that northeastern side. Definitely taking their time. Trying to play this passively. Is this circle is just so stacked on the western side. It's going to be rough here. Rat City Vengeance out in the blue, trying their best to heal. Gangsters all the way down the hill, trying to catch up with the rest of Even the Score here. As Tilted Wolf still 4 players completely outside of blue. And as this zone closes in now, it's going to be rough for them. Chicken Coop are going to be looking over towards Boomer's OG, however, not got any eyes onto it. Play for Fun, taking a lot of big shots over on towards Rise now as SKS shots trying to connect. Rise should be able to get away from this nice and safely, however. Those shots going to be landing in over from the east. Circle centers up over to the left a little, so no more water inside the circle, but teams are still going to be forced together now as Tuk on the very northeastern side making their way in. It's rough here as Even the Score going to be taking so many fires over from the west. Rat City Vengeance taking the slowest route they possibly can just as a way to try and survive a little longer without getting caught in the head. But Tilted Wolf, the furthest out of the circle, it's going to be rough for them now. They have to try to make their way in. Shots coming out from over on towards Play for Fun now as they do have that warehouse compound, a very strong split. Dimitri sneaking his way in over on this western side, just laying prone, hoping that USAD isn't going to be able to spot him out here. As he does have that SLR, trying to watch out over towards these compounds, realizes there are going to be players around here somewhere, as the space is just so limited in this circle. It's going to be rough for all of these teams. Kodak White trying to engage over on towards Rise now, as they try to get themselves into a good position. Can Chicken Coop maybe pick up a little bit of damage onto them? Doesn't look like it. There's Bev now engaging over on towards Lone Jaeger. Can he maybe take down another one, as Donations is going to be rotating down to the south inside that Bronco. One of 2 remaining players left up for Rat City Vengeance. As Dimitri going to be the solo up to the northwestern side. And is this the second day in the row we've seen this where there's been an accidental car roadkill here? This is insane, as now Mippin's going to be getting knocked here from Sad. Dead also going down as well, as Sad just holding this side angle. Absolutely feeding. Picks up the third. The nade comes in. It's going to be a little bit short by the looks of things, but that isn't going to put Sad off, as he's just feeding down onto this. Speed Slayer going to be the final player up as he stands up, tries to go for the res on towards Dead, but play for fun. Just have eyes down onto this. He'll get him ready for the push. Realizes there are going to be players over here. He has a Molotov. Is it going to be close enough? It's a little bit far, so Tilted Wolf should be able to survive this, but they're tanking a lot of blue damage right now as Eel deciding to back off of this. Sad does have a bit of an angle now with that smoke starting to dissipate. A lot of damage over on towards Dead, and it looks like he's most likely going to go down to zone now. Speed Slayer is going for the heal as he will be able to connect on towards him. Looks like Speed Slayer going to be going down to zone potentially if he's not able to get this heal off in time. It looks like he should be able to, so Tilted Wolf will be going down now as Sad picks up the final one. Very unfortunate. Tilted Wolf getting an accidental vehicle kill here. But is it really worth it, as they do go out in 13th position with only a couple of points to their name? So the circle getting ready to close in. It shifts hard over to the west. So any of these teams over on the east that are maybe committed to it now have to try and make their way into the circle. Push in as Eel actually going to be taking this vehicle, realizing that they didn't take too much damage. He is tanking a lot to the blue and only 3 first aid kits to his name, so Demon Rise is in a very strong position here. Ooh is trying to get eyes down onto this compound, but nothing coming out as of yet. So he just scouts it out for Shook. So they realize there are going to be players down here. A Shook with a huge split here could be a little bit at risk. With all of these players going to be around down on the southern side, Rat City Vengeance have donations in. He's going to be inside this tower as Tuk Tuk trying to rotate his way around. His donations goes for the spray, wants to pick up a couple extra points towards the end, but he just can't connect with the shots as they are going to be a little bit far. Aladdin should be able to get away safely as Rat City Vengeance. Donations has given away his position now. Not going to be able to pick up any points out of it. Up to the northern side, bot push, they're going to be sending it in over towards Dragon, as Dragon going to be able to clean up those final remaining players as they get their 8th kill of the game. So Dragon in the second day now starting to come alive after that 10 kill win last game, now getting 8 kills already this game. Mortified trying to take some long range shots from Shook, just trying to bait out these players potentially. Dragon only with 2 players left up. Mortify trying to watch these doorways. Spots out on towards Flax. Will be able to get the re-knock. So 1 player left up now for Dragon. It's going to be brutal. He tries to go for the heal now, but it looks like Shook want to get aggressive onto this. They realize there could only be 2 players here. It's down to the south. ETS going to be able to get the knock on to Kodak. White Emperor trades it out after they flush out Kodak. Purple Chicken trying to spam here. Not sure what's going on with his gun. Kodak White will be out of the fight now over on the eastern side. Cat Jam in a bit of a rough position with Protege off to the north doing a lot of damage, and those final 3 Boomers players also going to be engaging down onto them. So Boomers at the moment only picking up their first kill of the game now, but as a 3-man roster, they definitely want to play a little bit more passive and try to make their way into those final circles, pick up placement, and hope that they take fights with teams that are already damaged. Protege trying his best to get eyes down towards Cat Jam as the rest of his team start to push up over towards Dragon. V's is going to be holding this little divot as Dragon aren't going to be forced to move just yet. They can play this warehouse for the time being. Mortify is trying to get himself a side angle over on towards Brutal, but doesn't look like it's going to be the case as Flax now starting to engage over on towards V's. V's forced to go prone, so Mortify going to have to come alive and try to support his teammate, but he just can't get eyes onto it. Tries to pre-fire through the doorway, but not going to be able to spot any of them. There's Brutal and Flax both still alive from Dragon. Flax does take a little bit of damage here as Mortify tries to connect with the shots. The circle closes in. ETS, only 1 player up. It's going to be Bev, and he's just running the gauntlet now as it looks like Purple Chicken is ready for this. Will be able to connect with the mini. Down he goes as Chicken Coop picking up one of those donations, however, will be able to get the other. like Vegas focused up to the north after Boomers were taking those shots earlier over towards Catjam. So he does have to play this a little carefully now, knowing there are players up here and the circle shifts hard over to the northwest. So Play for Fun going to be in a good position as they still have 4 players up. A little bit split. Demon Rises have themselves some hard cover as well. So it looks like Play for Fun going to be trying to regroup over on this western side, capitalize on that hard cover they have for themselves. As Leezy from Demon Rise now, they realize they've got no kills just yet, so they have to make some count as J-Snow going to be taking a little bit of damage as he comes off the bike. Leezy connects onto him, however, Sad going to be third-partying from behind. That vehicle should be destroyed for J-Snow. It doesn't make a difference, though, as Emperor going to be able to take down J-Snow. Brewston spots out Vegas, trying to get the flush, but not going to be able to, as Emperor going to be peeking through that window, returns fire over on towards Brewsterton now. As Boomer's going to be forced to kind of back off this and play for the heal. They want to get eyes and just slowly work their way through these players, do some damage onto them, maybe take down 1 or 2 players from each team, just in the hopes of keeping these fights even. Necros tries to connect over on towards Sigaronis as Rise now just going to full send it in over towards Boomers. Necros takes down 1. Not going to be able to get the second as Dr. Claw and Sigaronis just going to send it up towards Shook, who has an idea of where these players are going to be as Sigarona's going to be hopping off of that bike. Nahax will be getting flushed out by Leafy now, so Tuk Tuk picking themselves up a kill. Tuk Tuk kind of out in the open, but definitely not afraid to take fights. A very confident team here. As Leafy just taking some long-range mini-shots. Circle has shifted over to the west as now Necros tries to engage over on towards Lucid. However, it looks like from behind, Donation's going to be third-partying on towards Boomer's OG, so only 1 player left up. I'm not sure where it's going to be. It's going to be Brewston. He's all the way behind. He has to work his way into circle. Donations is still alive, playing slow, and they have info onto this now as Crutch flushes out Necros. Brewston has been able to get eyes on towards Donations, goes for the spray, will be able to at least pick up 1 point here for Boomer's OG. However, he has to try to run straight in towards Catjam. Catjam have lost 2 players. They are down to 2 remaining. There's Hope going to be able to take down the final player from Chicken Coop here. So down go Chicken Coop in 9th position. As this northern side is just looking so messy. It looks like V's wants to try to push on to Dragon here. Brutal will be going down and getting eliminated. So do Rise as well as they send it in towards Shook. They will be able to pick up the points. Rise getting eliminated from Protege with that mini across the street. So big kills coming out here. Boomer's also going to be going down as their final player will get eliminated. Protege able to connect with a big headshot over on towards USAD now. Circle shifts up to the north, so Demon Rises are going to be forced to move now. Mortify engages down to the south over on towards Bopoli, but is going to get fire returned on him, so decides to go prone and pop a bandage now. Ooh is trying to group up with the rest of Shook as they realize they're going to have to play the top of this ridge. It's going to be very open from the bottom. Leezy trying to flank out here a little bit for Demon Rises as they do realize that Shook are going to be up this hill somewhere. So they have to play it carefully. They still have themselves a little bit of hard cover if they play their cards right. Bopoli and Crutch both trying to make their way in. Mortify connects with a couple shots. Will call this out over towards Ooh. So Ooh has an idea that players are going to be pushing, but the vehicle down the hill is going to draw a bit of attention. Crutch takes shots over on towards Mortify, which means that Ooh getting ready to come alive now. Goes for the spray on towards Crutch. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Protege returns the fire on towards him. Gets the grenade prep, not going to be enough as now Bopoli, the final player left up here for Catjam, tries to go for the spray on towards VZ. VZ gets the flush over on towards Crutch, however, VZ takes down Bopoli. Catjam getting eliminated in 5th position. Demon Rises, they could have capitalized onto this, but leaving it a little late now. There's the flashbang coming out from Protege. Will be able to connect with a spray as well over on towards Might. So Protege just going to pop this boost real quick as the circle closes in. Demon Rises, they're going to be taking a lot of shots over towards Tuk Tuk as Tuk Tuk just relying on these smokes for a little bit of cover as the circle closes in. It's going to be on their tail. Demon Rises could do so much damage here as just spamming through the smoke, trying his best to connect. Leezy focus up to the north, however, is Play for Fun taking down Aladdin's and Leafy's Hope going to be the last one up. Popping that first aid kit, but 1 or 2 stray bullets from Play for Fun through this smoke could finish him, as now Ooh going to be engaging onto this. Everyone is. Demon Rise going onto it, but it is Protege that's able to pick up the kill here for Shook as they get their 7th kill of the game. They start to work their way down the hill as Demon Rises are going to be on the left-hand side. Might takes a couple shots over towards V's as USAD connecting from long range. Mini tries to peek up onto this. However, not going to be enough as Might just going to go for the res onto his teammate. The rest of Demon Rise trying to flank their way around now. Mortify, he's down to very few meds here, so does have to be careful after engaging a lot of long-range fights. Was able to pick up some kills here, but not being able to loot them by the looks of things. His vest is also low. V's is going to be down the hill, getting caught from across the street. Mortify engages over on towards MMN now. As the circle shifts up to the north, V's will be able to take down one. UMAD from long range will be able to trade it out, however. Might get him ready to try and crest over to go for the flush onto this, but not going to work out as he does get caught from up the hill. UMAD takes down Mortify as well. So 2 players left up from Shook. They're going for the heal. So this means that Shook aren't quite able to make a push over on towards Demon Rise. So Demon Rises could potentially get aggro over on towards V's as they realize he is going to be knocked somewhere down here, but the smokes are coming down. Might throws a smoke up the hill. It's now Demon Rise. They're going to hop in the vehicles. It looks like they want to try to get out of here, but Mafo doing so much damage over on towards Wenkers now. Shook moving round to the north. This could be big for them as Protege trying to get into a strong position. He's got himself a ridge and some hard cover now. So if he has himself that DMR, he could do so much damage down onto Play for Fun, but he hasn't got eyes onto it. Is Eel going to be able to take down V's now? Goes for the spray on towards Demon Rises, but he gets taken down by UMAD from a side angle. Mortify doing what he can to absolutely pin down this vehicle with the SLR, but it's going to be Play for Fun picking up a couple of the points now. There's only 2 players left remaining from Demon Rise. They're throwing down the smokes. They're giving it everything they have, but is it going to be enough as Eel just sneaking up to the north? UMAD takes down Mortify as well, so Ooh going to be the last one up, and it looks like Sad is going to be coming from behind. They've got a good pinch going on to Shook here as UMAD taking a lot of damage. Will be able to take down Shook though, as Play for Fun annihilate Shook as they go down in 3rd place. So Play for Fun with 13 kills now. They're also making a push over on towards Demons Rises. So they just try to get aggressive. Only a couple players left up from Demon Rises, doing what they can, but it looks like USAD will be able to spot out Leezy with the mini. Can't quite get the knock, however, as Demon Rises. They're going to be panicking. They don't know where they're getting shot from. All sorts of different angles. Eel coming around the side. He's completely opening himself up here, but they are just spamming. They want to get these kills. They don't even want to allow Demon Rises the opportunity to even think about denying to zone as the grenade comes out from Mafo now. Might's going to be the last one up. Throws down a smoke, but the Molotov lands close, and this could be the end of Demon Rise as they start to spam through to him. Might almost walks inside the Molotov, but it doesn't matter anyway, as Sad going to be able to clean up. Play for Fun with a 15 kill win at the end, able to take down so many of these top tier teams in the final circle. Ladies and gentlemen, a 25-point win there for Play for Fun. We will be back in a couple minutes with some Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with game number 4 of the evening. That marks the halfway point of tonight. Is officially passed, and let me just remind you real quick that PCS 3 starts tomorrow with the group stages over at twitch.tv/PUBG. It's going to be Group A versus Group B. These teams are going to be battling it out for their share of an absolutely insane prize pool. My name is Chunks. I'm your host for the evening, and let me tell you, Shook currently in the first place position with 115 points. They have been absolutely fragging out, picking up the chicken dinners as well to go with it. 48 placement points, 67 kill points. Will they be able to maybe cross that 100-point mark? They're going to need 3 big games if they want to, but it definitely could be possible that they manage to get 100 kills between last night and tonight, which could be huge. Play for Fun in second place with 88 points as well, so definitely good for them here. Boomers OG in third with 66. Even the score with 60. Tuk Tuk with 58. Tilted Wolf Esports with 50. Rise Esports with 49, and then Demon Rises on that 8th place position. That's the cutoff to move on to the next round with 45 points. Rat City Vengeance only 1 point behind that in 9th. Dragon with 43 points, so only 1 point behind the 9th. Cat Jam with 41, Bot Push with 37, Born to Kill with 25, and Chicken Coop Gaming with 23. So it really is anyone's to play for if they want to try to move on to this next round. Anyone can make it through if they just have a couple good games on a wrangle. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hop in to the plane and see how things are looking now, as it will be interesting to see how maybe teams decide to switch up their play style as we start to get nearer the end of the event now. Points are really becoming a rare commodity, so potentially see a couple early drops here where teams get aggressive onto each other. It does appear that we do have some teams landing kind of close to each other, as Play for Fun are going to be landing over in Rozhok, with Dragon over to the west. Shouldn't be too much to worry about, however. As for the time being, things appear to be a little slow. Mortify, we did see a big fight over here with Shook yesterday over at Mansion, where teams were fighting very early on in the game. It was a bit of a rough one for them. Cool Hand John over to the west, will be getting a vehicle as well, decides to move away. Protege going to be heading over towards Mansion. Circle is pretty central here, as these military teams should be able to make their way up to the north without too much of a problem here. No one really going to be encroaching on each other's territory, as Rise going to be all the way up to the north, very split off from each other, but no one really going to be landing around them. They should have free reign to loot where they please. There's nothing too much happening. Teams tend to be a little bit more passive as we get into these later games by the looks of things, but as we go into these final 3 games, definitely expect some players to potentially try to go for heart drops if they are just about on that 8th place position, and just 1 or 2 kill points could make a huge difference if they're able to just heart drop one of the teams that are maybe above them and catch them off guard. They could be able to not only deny them any extra points, but also pick some up of their own. So will be interesting to see. Anyone who has watched since PCS1 will definitely be aware of the SDK Veritas hot drop, which was very messy. So it's not beyond all doubt here. There's definitely a possibility that it could happen, especially with a lobby this close where there's 2 or 3 points between 8th and 11th place, where just 4 kills and a squad wipe can make such a huge difference here. As for the time being, things appear to be a little slow. We do see UMAD is going to be rotating down to the south here, so has to be a little careful in case Born to Kill decide to maybe take any long-range shots over towards them. I doubt it, but with Play for Fun a little bit split off, they do always open themselves up to that possibility here. So as long as they're able to play a little bit passively, then they should be all right. As the zone will start closing in a couple of seconds, we will see the blue pop up. as we will just leave the map stream open for the time being, just in case any of these teams maybe want to come back if they move on to this next round and see how some of their opponents rotate, you know, get an idea of how best to counteract it. As a couple shots will be coming out over on the south, over near school, sorry. Nothing much going to be happening as they just do take some pot shots. The zone starts to close in just 8 seconds now, as teams will be forced to start moving over on the southern side. However, bot push, they're going to be set up over near this ridge. They do hear the vehicle coming across here from Like Vegas as he does pull into the gas station, goes for the spray, will be able to pick up the first kill of the game here onto DeVito. So Like Vegas, it looked like Chicken Coop Gaming were going to be in a bit of trouble here as bot push were getting set up for a bit of a camp, but it's actually going to be Chicken Coop Gaming who are going to be the ones to pick up the first kill of the game. I'm Not Arrogant is going to be getting aggressive onto this as now Excite and Kodak Black are both going to be trying to engage. I'm Not Arrogant pushing up. It looks like Chicken Coop don't really have info onto this, but they are aware that there's likely going to be a player pushing from bot push now as I'm Not Arrogant getting ready. He should be able to hit the spray on towards the vehicle, but Like Vegas is going to be able to get behind that wall just in time. Excite holding this side angle. He's going to try to get eyes onto this as now Chicken Coop Gaming. Looks like they're going to be forced to maybe take a boat or take another bridge over across here. They do have to be careful as even the score are going to be over on the western side. So could do a little bit of damage if Chicken Coop try to cross over onto this as Like Vegas is just going to be watching out over on towards Excite. Trying his best to spam with that SLR, but not going to be enough. So now Chicken Coop will decide to try and disengage from this Excite with that mini, trying his best to connect over on towards that motorcycle, but it's so far away. Not sure whether he's really going to be able to hit those tires. It might just be a waste of bullets here. However, they are inside circles. They can try their best to hold out this team as over on the western side. Even the score are going to be rotating their way in over to the west. It looks like they may be spotted one of the vehicles here from Cat Jam. So they're going to be pulling up on top of this ridge. Deciding to turn away and maybe go for this compound here. It is very strong, but it has been looted already by Cat Jam. So even the score going to probably look down onto it and have to be a little careful in making the right decision as now Play for Fun. They are going to be kind of caught here between two teams as Born to Kill start to try to send it in. Spray comes out from Mafo. He will be able to connect onto one of them. Is he expecting 911 as well? Yes, he is. Takes him down. Sad picks that one up. Daze from a side angle. Trying to return the fire as Born to Kill down to 2 players left remaining. Boomers from long range are going to be trying to engage onto this as well. Ronin has the bolt. Trying to flush out the kill on towards 911. But he does get behind the wall nice and safely. There's now 2 players left up from Born to Kill. Trying to engage. Switches over to the smoke. It's not going to be enough. As now Angry Skipper, the final player up, trying to defend up against Play for Fun as 911 gets flushed out by Ronin here. So Boomers picking themselves up a point as well. Do you see Play for Fun? They are going to be making a push in towards this with Born to Kill. Angry Skipper, he's just going to be playing slow. The flashbang comes out. UMAD getting ready to peek over onto this. Looks like Sad will be ready as well as the spray comes out from Angry Skipper. It's not going to be enough as down go Born to Kill in 14th position. A bad start to this game. So 13 teams left alive. Definitely not good for Born to Kill here, but still 2 games remaining that they could use to try and recoup these points. Boomers OG did manage to flush out one of these kills as well, so they have been able to pick themselves up a point. Remember, Boomers OG, they did have some technical issues, so they are playing as a 3-man for the time being. If anyone is wondering, one of their players unfortunately wasn't able to connect. His internet is having some issues. There's unfortunately nothing we can do about it as Aloe will be able to connect over on towards one of the players from Cat Jam with the bolt. I think that's the second time that we've seen Aloe hit a player out of the vehicle with the bolt now. It's definitely always impressive to see. As Tilted Wolf going to be taking a lot of long range shots over towards them, but nothing really coming out here as the zone gets ready to close in. We'll see how it ends up shifting. As Boomer's still going to be taking some of those bolt shots up towards play for fun. If this shifts off to the north, it could be very risky for a lot of these teams here. However, it does go down to the south, so teams like Shook, Tuk Tuk, and Bot Push are all going to be pretty central inside this position. Mortify looking like he's ready to reposition now as they scout out the compounds down to the south. They want to try and make sure that it's clear down there. Arrogant going to be pushing in towards Mortify. Does hear this, however, as he does get behind the vehicle. Realizes now that they're going to kind of have to race their way down to the compound, as it appears that both of these teams are going to be going for it. Kodak tries to take some shots over towards U, but it's not going to be enough. Excite trying to do the same with the Mini. Over on towards Mortify. Not enough, as now Shook have been able to get themselves some hard cover. Protege nearly getting ran over by his own teammate, but he should be good. U gets the knock over on towards Excite now as Kodak will be throwing down the smoke for the res, but he's already taken some damage, so can't get the heal off as Excite looks to be about to bleed out. Kodak is going to try to go for it, but it's going to be a little too late as Excite going down. V's getting aggressive onto this now. Knows they have an opening, not knows there's going to be a second player there. Tries to go for the barrel spray, not going to be able to connect completely as Arrogant hits him from long range, but Kodak is going to be low inside this vehicle. Protege could do some big damage, which he's going to try to do now as Kodak just going to be laying prone in the ground. Protege takes him down. Arrogant all the way up the hill. The final player left for Bot Push getting caught out with a nice headshot there from Mortify. Bot Push going down in 13th position now. As the circle closes in, teams are going to be forced on top of each other. It's going to be a rough one. It's now down on the southern side. Cat Jam, they have two players inside one vehicle. Bev trying to engage onto it. As Cat Jam should be able to make it out nice and safely, but more shots coming down from the south as Cat Jam now, they're going to be flipping their vehicle. It's rough for them. It's already low. If they take a bit more damage, then this vehicle is going to blow. It's already low on fuel, and there's limited compounds all around. Jim Jam trying to connect over on towards it. Able to connect with a nice headshot, actually. So Cat Jam taking a lot of damage here. Still not going to be enough to get the knock, and it looks like Mortify has heard this vehicle, and he could be ready for it. He's just managing his inventory for the time being, so maybe unaware of these players down to the south. Circle closing in. Rise over on the western side will be sneaking their way in. Dragon working their way out of school. They have lost a tire onto that buggy as UMAD just trying to connect over onto it. They realize that Dragon have to crest their way out as Lemon Squeezy going to be forced out of that vehicle to go for the boost now. So the circle closes in. Dragon going to be playing this hillside with play for fun, keeping an eye out down onto them. Down on the southern side, Rise going to be getting caught here by Tilted Wolf as they rotate in the vehicle. Mippins trying to connect with their headshot through the Dacia, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as they're just keeping an eye out down to the south, watching out for Rise now as they slowly work their way into circle. They shouldn't take too much damage, but they still aren't quite in. Mippins just trying to deny these vehicles, but it's the wrong vehicles. He's shooting a spawn, not the players' vehicles. As it looks like Rise should just about be able to make it in circle, but it looks like Speed Slayer and Dead are both going to be flanking round onto this. They realize that Rise have to try to make a push in here now. The shot's going to be coming out from Dead. Speed Slayer deciding not to take any shots as Nahax going to get caught with a headshot. One more bullet and Nahax is going to be in trouble as the circle shifts over to the west towards Pachinki now. So even the score going to be in a good position to potentially pick up a couple kills on towards Rise here as the shots coming out from Bev. Cigaronas will be able to make it into the compound safely, however, so we will start the process of clearing it. Jim Jam spots out Nahax. Will he be able to hit a shot onto him? Nahax is already low after being caught with that headshot. Down he goes now. They want to confirm the flush now, picking up a second point of the game for even the scorers now. Dr. Craw pushing in towards Cigaronas, trying to provide support for his teammate here as Rise Esports have been able to get inside the compound nice and safely. Up to the north, Ace is taking some shots down towards Rise, trying to spot down on towards Cigaronas, but the peak just coming out ever so slowly as Ace trying to return the fire is able to do a little bit of damage. Cigaronas goes for the repeat though. He definitely wants to get aggressive onto this. Jason going to be trying to return some fire. He gets caught with a headshot though as Bev and Ace each going to be able to get a knock. So only one player left up for Rise Esports. There's ETS looking like they could potentially push onto this. They have 2 knocks already. Dr. Claw going for the res. Should be able to get it off in time, but ETS again aggressive. They want to push onto this. I'm not sure whether that third player is going to be tagging along. It looks like Jim Jam is coming along in the motorcycle. Dr. Claw playing slow. Knows the ETS are pushing into this. Jason takes down Jim Jam. Will be trying to commit to the flush here, but he does get taken down from outside. So Dr. Claw, the final player left up for Rise Esports. Throwing down a Molotov as a little bit of a safety net for the time being. Getting those nades ready, just trying to connect, and it looks like Jim Jam could be going out here, but that's not going to be the case, as they will be able to get the heal off onto him. Dr. Claw hops on out, spots out Gangster, goes for the flush, wants to confirm it here as they pick up the first point of the game here for Rise Esports. Dr. Claw, he's going to be low. He's forced to go for the reloaders. ETS are going to be able to peek out. Bev picks it up as even the score annihilate Rise Esports, taking them out in 12th position. Aloe from long range trying to connect through the window with the bolt. Doesn't look like it's be enough, however. As the circle gets ready to close in. Most teams appear to be settled, as already down to 11 teams, only 40 alive. As we reach pretty much the halfway point of the game, from here things only get messier. It's now the circle closing in. V's taking some shots up towards Dragon. Not going to be able to connect on towards them, however, as Walleye going to be able to dip down behind that ridge. Circle centers up. Shook. Boomers. Demon, Rises, and Chicken Coop all going to be in a good position here as they have players inside the circle. Other than that, team's going to have to try to fight their way in. There's very limited hard cover here, so even the scorer going to have to be able to get an opening knock over towards Tilted Wolf Esports if they really want to make a decent push, as Mippin's going to be getting caught by Bev here with the SLR. Cypher down to the south will be taking shots up to the north as Cat Jam with only 2 players left up. Have to be careful as Tuk Tuk taking a lot of damage here. Leafy trying to work his way back into the hard cover after getting caught with a little bit of damage. Do you see even the score? They are trying to make a push out here, knowing that Tilted Wolf are going to be over on the northwestern side. Ace trying his best to spot out over towards them. However, Tilted Wolf just playing passively for the time being, as Aloe with this bolt gets ready to reload it, wants to try to engage. However, Tuk Tuk going to be able to get a knock over on towards Cypher, as Lucid going to be that final player left up from Cat Jam, forced to lay prone. Going for the boost, and I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough, as now Tuk Tuk, they have their attention focused down here. They're starting to flank out, realize that Lucid is going to be laying behind this tree somewhere, gets behind the compound. It looks like Swome has been able to spot him out. Oh no, the shots aren't going to be able to hit though. Or are they? It's just 1 or 2 more. It will be enough, but Lucid only going to get caught once here. Unfortunate shots from Swome there, but it happens to the best of us, as Bev going to be able to connect on towards Mippins now. Will be able to flush it out, as even the score now starting to push their way in. They realize they have to push either west or east. As the circle closes in, shots coming out from Ace over on towards Dead. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, however. Oh, a nice headshot coming out from Ace here. So down goes Dead, so 2 players going to be left up here from Tilted Wolf Esports. So they will be going for the res on towards Dev now. Ace getting ready to peek over, has the grenade at the ready. Will it be enough? It's certainly going to land close now, right on top of Speed Slayer. Dead gonna get taken low. The Molotov lands as well, as Tilted Wolf trying to return the fire. Ace comes all the way around to the side. Dead going down to the Molotov. It looks like he's gonna get flushed out as well. That is the case, as more utility landing here from even the score. The grenade starting to land in. Aloe getting caught with a headshot. Ace is sneaking his way all the way around. Has that SLR, but is it going to be the right gun, as Speed Slayer has himself a barrel? It's only got iron sights, though. What can he do? Is Jim Jam able to get the knock? Aloe, that 1v4 now. Tries to go for the spray on towards Ace. Does a lot of damage, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough for the kill, as the rest of ETS are starting to rotate their way around onto this. Bev is a little bit far back, but definitely trying to hold that side angle, as Lucid will be getting caught out now by Tuk Tuk. Cat Jam getting eliminated in 11th position. More Molotovs landing. Speed Slayer getting flushed out. Aloe, the final player up here for Tilted Wolf, inside the smoke, trying his best to hold it, as going to be able to get the knock over on towards Flax, getting traded out for Protege. As Aloe just playing it slow, realizes there's going to be a player around here, but Jim Jam able to connect with the headshot, doing some big damages now. Shook going to be trying to get the res over on towards Protege. Dragon are going to be in a bit of a rough position as 3 players left up. Flax should be able to get the heal off. However, Rat City Vengeance, they're going to be down this hill, and they're trying their best to get aggressive here. Cool Hand John realizes there's going to be a player in or around these rocks as Dimitri trying to connect with the grenades. They are landing very close here to Lemon Squeezy, but the rest of Dragon are going to be all the way off to the north. Protege has been able to get that 3 gear, get himself an AUG now. So this is going to be big here for Shook, as now Dragon are just completely split into 2. Lemon Squeezy just laying prone in the hopes that nobody pushes him, but as more smokes start to land around, it's very clear that Rat City Vengeance want to try to get aggressive onto this. Circle shifts over to the southwestern side, so Demon Rises will have themselves some hard cover here over on the west, and it's going to be completely open around this area. There is next to no cover. It's going to be so rough for all of these teams now as they try to make their way in. V's will be able to get the knock over on towards Flak. Goes for the flush as well. Wants to confirm the points. Is Shook now on their 5th kill of the game. This is big for them. Walleye not gonna... Is he going to get spotted out as... Ooh, just repositioning, knows roughly where this player is going to be, does spot out Walleye, goes for the spray, is going to be able to connect as Walleye peeks out from behind the tree, returns some fire. The grenade comes out as V is going to be able to hit him with the barrel from the side angle. The grenade lands on top of him. Walleye getting eliminated now. Lemon Squeezy, the final player up from Dragon, and it looks like Mortify has eyes onto this as Lemon Squeezy just trying to sneak his way in through this compound. Rat City Vengeance are going to be down to the south. This could be a good distraction here for Lemon Squeezy as Mortify is focused over towards them. Lemon Squeezy for the time being not going to take the shots, but now he's going to be forced to run out in the open. The blue is on his back, and there's not really going to be much he can do unless he takes some shots here. He goes for that first aid, trying to wait as long as he can. Down on the southern side, it looks like Emperor going to be absolutely fragging out here. As Hope, the last player up for Tuk Tuk, down they go in 9th position. As Chicken Coop Gaming with some big points here, doing a lot of damage, but back up to the north. Shook going to be making a push over onto Rat City Vengeance. Protege able to get the opening knock. Mortify gets the second, however, Lone Jaeger going to be able to trade it out. V's from the side angle, trying to also push onto this, as Lone Jaeger is still standing down. He goes now. So Rat City Vengeance only have Dimitri up. He tries to hit them from the side angle, but it's not going to be enough as Dragon going down to zone, followed closely behind by Rat City Vengeance as we're down to our final 6 teams now. Lots of shots down in the south as Bruiserton going to be getting traded out by Chicken Coop Gaming. Looks like Boomer's not really going to be able to get the res here. Remember, they are playing as a 3-man, so losing that 1 player is big. They're back down to a 2-man in a 2v3. They're at a disadvantage here as Chicken Coop just trying their best to get an angle down onto this. Watching out, trying to spot Ronin. Doesn't appear that they have eyes onto it as Emperor just going to take out those vehicle tires to provide himself a little bit of cover, make it a bit harder for Necros to be able to shoot underneath as the grenade lands onto the vehicle. Is going to force the US to start moving. Boomers trying to make their way back into the circle now as it's getting ready to close in as we go in towards phase 7 now. Circle has popped. It's going to be away from them as Boomers, they need to at least get a knock here to be able to move safely. Spots out over on towards Purple Chicken with an amazing M24 shot. Connects with the headshot, and now Boomers have the chance to move, but Protege from the north is going to be third-partying onto this. Connecting over towards Boomers OG is... Even after an amazing shot like that, there's not much you can do when you're caught between 2 players as Ronin going to be going down to Oo now. Oo trying to hold this side angle. However, Necros going to be returning the fires. Protege finishes off Necros, so down go Boomers OG in 6th position. Very unfortunate them playing as a 3-man roster. It's not the way you want to go on, but it's definitely a challenge, and it's proving what these players are made of. VZ going to be able to connect over on towards Emperor with just a couple bullets left. Will be able to get it, but runs out of ammo. As Shook just trying their best to get aggressive over on towards Chicken Coop Gaming now, as they're going to be on the back foot. The zone is on the tail. They're not inside circle. Shook just holding out just in case any of these players decide to flank around. Ooh, just getting so aggressive with this barrel. 3x pushing up this hill, knows that Chicken Coop are going to be over here somewhere with Protege and V's just providing so much fire support onto this. The smokes are down, so Oo not going to have complete clarity on where Chicken Coop are, but they know roughly as like Vegas starts to push out, will get caught with a barrel spray. V's going to be able to pick up the second now as 2 players left up for Chicken Coop Gaming, and they are just laying prone. They are praying that they don't get spotted as ETS will be able to connect over on towards Kodak. Protege goes for the flush. Ooh peeks up as Purple Chicken will be the last one up here for Chicken Coop Gaming. 5 kills for them so far. Can they add to it? Doesn't look like it, as Ooh going to be able to clean up Purple Chicken. Now we go into our final 4 teams. Demon Rises have decided to go and take this divot here. I like it, but it's risky if the zone shifts away, especially if Shook are going to be able to get eyes down onto this now. Play for fun over on the western side. They're playing that wizard tower as best they can, but players are going to be just laying down fire from the west here as Demon Rise with a nice split. Shook have the zone here. They should be able to just play this ridge. Bev trying to return fire over on towards Protege, but doesn't look like it's going to be enough here. As Protege returning the fire, wants to deny those vehicles and try to destroy them, make it as hard as they can for Play for Fun to make anything happen here. The smokes do come out and Play for Fun. They want to make a push down into this now. Knowing the ETS are going to be inside this divot, Bev is just holding this smoke, trying to prevent these players from pushing out. Goes for the spray, but he's got no vest, so that one shot to the chest is going to do some big damage here as the grenades start to land in for even the score. They're trying their best to defend, but the Molotovs, the grenades, the flashes, the smokes, everything is landed in. They start to flank around, and Bev is ready for it, or is he? As he tries to go for the spray, he's going to get it caught on the ground. Connects onto one. Can he get the second? Yes, he can. USAD going to be going down from long range now as Zoo hits it. Hit fire spray coming out from Bev. Takes down another one. V's going to be able to pick up the final player here for Play for Fun. As Shook picking up their 15th kill of the game. ETS going to be engaging over on towards Demon Rises as Leezy getting flushed out here by V's. So MM trying to return fire up towards VZ. He will get caught up at this tree. Should be able to get to relative safety. As now Ooh and Protege just laying down fire over on towards ETS. Jim Jam getting caught here. As Shook just flex out. MM just looking up this hill in the hopes of maybe connecting on towards some of these players. The grenades do come out over towards ETS as Protege going to be able to get the knockover on towards Bev now. So Ace, the final player remaining, the circle starts to close in. He's taken a lot of damage, and it looks like the point denial is coming out here from ETS. As even the score getting eliminated in 3rd place. So it is Shook versus Demon Rises. Might is trying his best to work his way around this hill as VZ will be going down. So only 2 players left up here from Shook. But arguably the strongest roster in this lobby. 19 kills already. Looks like Might will be able to spot him out. So Ooh is the final player, and it looks like Demon Rises might just be able to take this game. Ooh could absolutely pop off here with the SLR, but unfortunately going to miss the first few shots. So MM will be going down. 2 players still up from Demon Rises. Big barrel spray coming out here from Ooh as he takes it down to a 1v1. Taking down 2 players from Demon Rises already. Can Shook make this a 22 kill chicken dinner? This would be huge here if they're able to, as Ooh taking it down to a 1v1. Goes for the barrel spray. Can he connect? He hits the headshot. Might's in a bad position here now as he's down to low HP. 9 bullets left in Ooh's gun. He switches over to the SLR. He knows he has to make them count, but he tries to spam. He might just run out of ammo, but no, he doesn't. As Shook picking up a 22 kill chicken dinner for game number 4 of the evening. Absolutely insane here for them. Ooh popping off with 9 kills, all to himself. Mortified with 2, V's with 6, and Protege with 5. Absolutely showing why they're in that 1st place position and why they deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break because we need to calm down after that one. After Shook's amazing performance, we're going to be back in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, what an insane end to the game there as Shook were able to take an absolutely huge win. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, PCS 3 NA starts tomorrow. Group stages, Group A versus Group B. It's going to be the same time as we started tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you're there cheering on those your favorite teams. As, wow. What an insane game coming out from Shook there as they absolutely fragged out that 1v3 coming out at the very end. So impressive. Shows why they're in first place at the moment with 147 points. Bear in mind the second place team, Play for Fun, who have absolutely been popping off this event, only had 95 points. Shook only need 11 more kills to break the 100 kill mark. Bearing in mind this is over a 12 game event. This is absolutely huge. Even the score going to be in third place. Boomers OG in fourth. Tuk Tuk in fifth. Demon Rises in sixth. Tilted Wolf Esports in seven. Rise Esports on that cutoff line in eighth. Followed closely by Rat City Vengeance in 9th, Dragon in 10th, Cat Jam 11th, Bot Push in 12th, Chicken Coop Gaming in 13th, and Born to Kill in 14th. By the time you guys seen this, the leaderboard should be updated, so if you guys do exclamation point leaderboard in chat, you can go and see it yourself and see exactly how things are stacking up. But we are here on a wrangle, and we saw how messy last game was. We've still got 2 remaining this evening, and I am excited for every possible moment of it. It is going to be messy if last game was anything to go off, as we do have a pretty central plane. Now, we did see a lot of hot drops coming out here from around Mansion last game. Sorry, yesterday. So going to be interesting to see if we see the same again, but it looks like Bot Push and Rat City Vengeance are both going to be landing inside of Yasnaya now. It's looking like it could be a messy one as Bot Push have that northern side, Rat City Vengeance holding the south. So this could be big here. If any of these teams decide to fight early, could make a huge change to the leaderboards. They are so tightly packed as Circle shifts over to the northwest. So many teams are going to be landing close to each other. As Chicken Coop and Tilted Wolf are both going to be landing over in South George. Will, for the time being, just hold on over at Yaz, but it doesn't seem like these teams are wanting to engage each other as Rat City Vengeance looking to play the southeastern side of Yasnaya. Not wanting to engage in anything just yet. As up to the north, Severny, we have a good old-fashioned hot drop going on. As Rise, J-Snow is going to be pushing with the shotgun. There's players up above him, and he has to play this carefully now as Nahak's going to throw in a nade to try and connect. He hears the player jump out as J-Snow just watching all different angles. As now Cypher going to be able to get the knock over on towards Nahak's now. He has himself a micro Uzi, but he's up against the shotgun as the nade goes down to try to flush out that kill without exposing himself too much. Cypher will be able to pick up the flush here. However, he will be getting caught behind by Cigaronas. Tries to take down the second. J-Snow going to be able to trade it out with the shotgun. However, Rise going to be taking this down to 1 kill each. Lucid trying his best to work into this position as J-Snow flushes out Cypher. Lucid maybe realizing there's going to be a player above him now as Cigarona's just going to play the top floor of this building. He has himself a barrel, which could be huge in this position as Crutch going to be able to take down one here. J-Snow getting eliminated. Dr. Claw returns the fire, but he does get taken extremely low as Crutch just going to try to hold these windows here. As Crutch just playing it slow. Cat Jam in a bit of a rough position in a stalemate with Rise, but they have that player advantage, and it looks like Dr. Claude doesn't have any meds for himself. So it could be rough here. Does pop himself a bandage. There's a little bit of safety as Crutch going to be down to the south. Has no real sights here, so going to be relying on that BSS. Shots will be coming out, however, from Boppy, trying to connect with the Mutant. However, doesn't look to be enough. Just trying to pre-fire into those windows. Realizes that Dr. Claw has to make a move sooner or later, but They are inside zone, so this fight could end up going on for a while here. As Rat City Vengeance will be trying to make a move away from this. Bot push returning the fire. As Donations tries to connect as well, so Rat City Vengeance going to hop inside these vehicles and try to dip out of here. Excite getting aggressive, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as Donation should be able to get into that vehicle with plenty of time and then be able to get away. Back up in Severny, though. It's looking rough, as Dr. Claw is going to be able to heal up fully, but it's going to be a rough one here. As Cat Jam just kind of have them in a stalemate. Crutch trying to come around this side angle. He knows roughly where Dr. Claw's going to be now. However, not really a clean line of sight, just holding onto these windows now. Cat Jam working their way around. Spots out Dr. Claw through the window. Not going to take the shots just yet, as Dr. Claw getting ready to peek that right-hand side. Shots coming down as Dr. Claw forced to go for the reposition. Doesn't know where these players are going to be, as the nade does connect. Not going to be inside that building, however. Dr. Claw will be getting caught by Lucid now from a side angle. He has himself an SLR, so this could be huge here. One headshot and down he goes. Cigarona still inside this compound. Trying to do what he can, but it's just going to be so rough with players all around here. Cigarona's just trying to work his way down to the bottom as they realize they might be in a stalemate now, and it could easily end up being just a 1-point game for them. He closes the door. We'll give a little bit of info away here to Bopoli, who's just holding this with the mutant. Trying to get eyes, but just not going to be enough, as Rise just laying low. They don't want to move. They don't want to give anything away, as teams do start to rotate in to the circle down from the south here, as Tuk Tuk going to be taking a very long rotate by the looks of things, all the way up to Kameshki and then off through to Stauber. But more shots will be coming out here from Rise, as they do appear to be fully healed up and ready to take this fight. Crutch trying to hold from a side angle still. Just can't get anything onto this, as Dr. Claw just holding the staircase. It's a rough way for the game to go for them, as they are just in a complete stalemate after losing 2 players early. So over on the east, it does appear that Rat City Vengeance do start making a push in from the eastern side, so I'm not sure whether they're going to have any clean sightlines onto this or not, as the buggy will pull up now from Bopoli, so it looks like Cat Jam are finally getting ready to make a push now. Dr. Claw, he's going to be laying prone, still not wanting to give any info away as he moves between rooms. Lucid watching that window. He has the SLR, knows there's still going to be Cigaronas on one of these side angles to worry about. Doesn't have eyes onto it yet. He just peeked a little bit late there. Cigarona's trying to watch this cross. If Lucid peeks out, Cigaronas could be able to get the knock here and equalize this fight, taking it back to a 2v2. But for the time being, Cigaronas just has to provide support for Dr. Claw, as it looks like Cat Jam are getting ready to push this as a 3-man. Dr. Claw just playing slow, realizes that these players are starting to move in. Here's the footsteps. Crutch is going to be watching the window now, as it might just come down to purely an aim battle. The Molotov comes in. This is the sign now that Cat Jam want to start making a push. The Molotov, oh no, it's going to spread, so Dr. Claw is going to be getting caught with it. Not going to go down, but it's going to be a rough... Oh no. Oh no, he ran back into the Molotov. He thought the Molotov was clear, but it just wasn't, as Dr. Claw going to accidentally run into the Molotov after he had already survived it. Cigarona's trying to connect with his own Molotov, but it's not going to be enough, as Crutch cleaning up Rise Esports with the VSS. An unfortunate start to the game for them, but Cat Jam definitely going to be happy with this, picking themselves up 4 kills nice and early. However, they did lose 1 player. Still, however, every point makes a difference in this game. Taking those 4 kill points is going to be big for them, as teams start to work their way in now. Nothing too much going on. Things should be slow for the time being. There is a drop out in the middle of the field, so I'm not sure whether any of these teams are going to notice it or even go for it, but it has the 3 gear and an AUG inside it. which is definitely a very powerful gun. We've seen it used a couple times, especially for those long-range sprays. The recoil is just so easy to control for a lot of these players. It is perfect for a 3 or a 4x gun. As Play for Fun will hear the vehicles rotating down to the south. Eel tries to get eyes on towards Shook, takes a couple shots, will connect with a headshot, so both players are going to be low now. V's trying to return the fire, but it looks like the rest of Shook have been able to make their way in safely. V's just watching out, trying to spam through these windows. Can he get eyes onto it? Yes, he can. As Eel going to be getting taken low. Should be able to get the heal off as Protege starts to rotate in. Circle shifts up to the north, so there's a huge amount of water inside this zone, so expect a lot of teams to be scrambling for cover early on. As now Tuk, they're going to be making a push over into Saverny, and Catjam appear to be ready for it. Actually, Tuk going to stay inside Saverny by the looks things. I did kind of think they were just going to head around it, as Lucid just going to be playing this 3-story. Demon Rises will be getting a knock already. Down on the south, should be able to flush it out. Catjam watching out. They realize Tuk are going to be around here, as Lucid being very careful. Here's the UAS, but doesn't quite have clean eyes onto it. So the shots do start to come out now. Bopley going to be able to get the opening knock on towards Leafy. So Tuk realize now that there are players inside here. Crutch is going to be holding this side angle. Realizes Aladdin's is over here somewhere from the info he received from his teammate. Decides not to go for the M24, instead going for the Scar. Will be able to connect. Hope going to be one of the final players up here. As Swoan finally coming in for a little bit of support. Crutch is holding this. He's ready though, as Hope going to be trying to go for the revive here. Lucid's at the top of this building. Hits the shots down towards Hope. Can he get a second? Doesn't look like it. As Hope going to be taken so low, forced to go prone. It looks like Crutch is ready for this, though, realizing that Swoam and Hope have to try to push up round. Swoam coming to try to get an angle, providing support for his team. Does it look like it's going to be enough? As Hope just trying to aim battle with Lucid through the window, not able to connect, as now Catjam are just going to be making a huge push here onto Tuk. Only 2 players left standing, and they are on the defensive. The flashbang comes out as Hope peeks, which is going to be rough for him, but no bullets are going to land. The headshot connects over on towards Lucid, as Hope going to be able to clean that one up. The second headshot down. Swoam takes down another, so the fight has just done a complete 180 here, as Bopley is going to be the final player left up from Catjam. Forced in to a 1v2. It looks like Tuk should be able to get the res off here. So Bopley just going to be forced to play slow. I wanted to give any info away, as V's will be able to get the knock over on towards UMAD now. Down to the south, so Play for Fun. 2 players, both inside of this building, and it looks like Shook are starting to make a push onto this. Dimitri from long range will be able to connect onto the back of Protege. Ooh, going to be able to get the knock on towards Mafo. So 2 players left up, both inside this building. Is Play for Fun. Eel tries to get one. Not going to be enough. UMAD going to be the final player remaining. Tries to hop outside to catch them off guard, but it looks like Shook heard this. Sprays through the doorway. Goes for the pre-fire, as Mafo going to be able to get flushed out by Mortify. However, Mortify tries to jump out. It doesn't work out for him, as Ooh from the side angle takes down UMAD, as Play for Fun going to be getting eliminated in 13th position. Now circle closing in down to the south. Alawi with long range SLR shots, trying his best to connect over on towards Dragon. Doesn't look like it is going to be enough though. As the circle closing, it does center up, so team's not going to have to move too far. However, Bot Push, Rat City Vengeance, and Born to Kill, all down on the southeastern side, are going to have a rough day, as Bopley, the solo player left up for Catjam, just trying to take this 1v3 up against Tuk. They have been able to get 5 points already. But is that going to be enough, as he does break the glass? There's a little bit of a decoy here for Tuk in the hopes they maybe take the bait. Bopley just playing slow. Tuk start to rotate their way around. Bopley just keeping an eye on all of these windows as long as possible. Doesn't want to give anything away here. He's broken that glass. There's a little bit of bait here. There's now Dragon actually going to be sending it straight in towards Boomer's OG here. Ronin with the bolt is going to be looking all the way over to the west, over towards ETR, and he's actually able to connect here. Does some big damage onto one of them, but it looks like now Dragon wants to engage on towards Boomers. The nade comes out. Doesn't look like it's going to land on any of them. However, Dragon do decide to start making a push back out of this now. They realize that they don't want to get backed into here by Boomers OG. Brutal throws up a nade. It lands close, but a little bit too far, a little bit overcooked here for Boomers to be able to make anything happen. The smoke is down, so ETS won't be able to get any eyes onto Brewston for the time being, but the smoke starts to dissipate. So ETS definitely looking to take a couple shots down there. Necros going to be engaging over towards the players, but can only connect with the vehicle for the time being. Even the score trying their best to get an angle down onto this. They spot out Ronin. Is it going to be enough, as Ronin should just about be able to get behind that cover there? Zone getting ready to close in, as now even more teams over in Severny. It's Rat City Vengeance and Tuk Tuk both in a 4v3 fight here. As Tuk Tuk just going to be holding these angles. Bopoli still alive over on the eastern side of the city here. Somehow just still inside that zone, but Circle is going to close in a minute, and it's going to make it rough, as I'm Not Arrogant able to get the opening knock here. Bot push trying to make a push into this, as Might will be going down here for Demon Rises. Born to Kill do have themselves some hard cover, so could potentially third party onto this, as MM going to be getting taken down 7 HP, relying on that smoke for a little bit of cover as he tries to go for the res onto Might. First he has to try to heal up, but the shots landing all around him. It's so close, as MM should be able to make it in safely. Bolt shots coming out from up the hill, as Wenken trying his best to connect on towards Excite with the bolt, but it's not going to be enough for the time being. So the circle does shift up to the north. Not going to be too bad for any of these teams. Born to Kill will be able to get the opening knock on towards I'm Not Arrogant, so it looks like Born to Kill ready to make a push down onto this now. Kodak will be holding this side angle, but for the time being, he is engaged over with Demon Rises. Angry Skipper just getting so aggressive onto this, making a far wrap down to the south here, trying to catch Kodak off guard, but it looks like Kodak isn't going to be expecting this, as he does get that nade ready. Kodak will return with a flashbang. The nade lands close to Kodak as he's forced to hit the deck and go for the heal. Angry Skipper decides to move back as he does get the nade over on towards Kodak now. So it looks like Bot Push are going to have to reposition here and refocus their fire, realizing that there are players close here. I'm Not Arrogant holding this side angle. Doesn't know exactly where these players are going to be just because it's nades. They don't have eyes on where those shots are coming from. But the spray comes out from I'm Not Arrogant over on towards Angry Skipper. They will be able to get the knock, but this has given Born to Kill the opportunity to make a push down. Only 2 players left up for them, as one goes down to 13 HP. 911 trying to return the fire with the SLR. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as Assassino will be pretty much out of the fight for the time being. 911 tries to connect with the SLR. Not going to be enough. I'm Not Arrogant holding the side angle. Connects on towards Assassino, and down go Born to Kill, as Bot Push going to be able to clean that up, picking themselves up 3 points. But Demon Rises are going to be looking down onto this. They heard the shots already. However, shots up from the north down towards their teammates are going to make it rough, as Shooks start to engage over on towards Demon Rises now. Looks like Wenk has been able to just lay prone behind that tree, so Mortified doesn't have eyes onto it just because of that tree cover for the time being. Bruiserton trying to get eyes onto this. Can he connect? He's a little zoomed out. Makes it a bit rough here. Protege will be able to get the knock on towards MM now. Ooh is all the way out over on this eastern side of the circle, still playing those buildings. So Rat City Vengeance will be losing a player to the zone. Rat City Vengeance try to send it in, but they're going to be heading straight towards Tilted Wolf now. So Speed Slayer, here's this, switches over to the barrel. He's going to be in a 1v3, sprays down one, but not enough to get the knock, as Lone Jaeger returns the fire. Aloe a little bit further back, aware that this fight's taking place. Dimitri goes down to Swome now from Severny. As now it looks like Tuk Tuk are going to try to backfill onto this. The grenade comes out a little bit close. However, not enough to get Jaeger down, as Rat City Vengeance are in a bit of a rough position. Tuk Tuk trying their best to engage from long range, as Barpoli going to be getting caught out in the shack. The solo player here for Cat Jam. After a very rough start to the evening, Aladdin's engaging down to the south, trying to take out the players from Shook, as they're going to be playing this shelter for the time being. Doesn't look like they are going to be able to connect, as that vehicle will be out now. Excite also trying to engage over on towards Purple Chicken, as Chicken Coop Gaming trying their best to rotate. The SLR connects, however, over on towards Purple Chicken, so he is going to be low. Should be able to group up with the rest of the team as the circle gets ready to shift. We'll see how it goes. And it goes over to the west, so ETS now are going to be in a good position with those vehicles down as a little bit of cover. Excite goes down here too. Demon rises. Now bot push definitely going to have their attention focused on towards Demon Rises, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as they won't have line of sight onto this run and trying to watch up the hill and behind at the same time, as there's such a huge area to cover down to this south where players could potentially crest over and do some big damage onto them. Ronin tries to connect on towards the vehicle. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as now Gangster just going to go right down into the dips. I like this position. Trying to get the divots early. They know how powerful it can be, but I'm not sure whether they're aware of Chicken Coop Gaming up the hill, who could absolutely punish them if they're able to work their way down this hill a little. They could easily take down Gangster, but it all comes down to which way they decide to rotate, as Hope now going to be able to get big knocks over on towards Donations. Down he goes, as Lone Jaeger just behind this rock, hoping for cover, as it is going to be the final player here for Rat City Vengeance. Goes for the spray, takes down one, and Aladdin's with the drive-by will be able to take out the final player for Rat City Vengeance now, as now Demons Rises, they're going to be getting shot at by Boomer's OG, as one player already going down. Smoke's coming out now as a bit of a defense. Boomer's OG just laying down fires. Necros going to be able to take down Wenk. Bruiserton holding down, trying to spot Leezy as he runs down the hill. Able to hit him once, hit him twice. One more bullet, down he goes. Boomers should be able to get the flush onto this. However, he does get behind the building, so Shook tried to third party onto it. Boomers returning the fire onto Shook, however, which makes it just a little rough here. As Demon Rises, only one player left up. It's going to be Might, and I'm Not Arrogant is right down below. He has a nade. He gets it ready. Is Ooh going to be able to take down Bopley, the final player for Cat Jam, but it's actually going to be Protege who takes down Might. So Demon Rise is getting eliminated now in 9th position. Shook have themselves 6 kills, but they are being held out hard by Boomer's OG over inside shooting range now. So up to the north, Tuk Tuk, they have themselves a hill. Can they maybe make something out of it? They have that tree cover up to the north, so nothing too much to worry about for them there. As they crest over, they need to get eyes out to the ridge. Necros going to be able to get the knock onto I'm Not Arrogant now. As bot push only with one player left remaining, it's going to be DeVito. He just lays prone, tries to go for the heal. Aloe from long range connecting on towards Emperor. Should be able to get the knock here, or is he? As he just runs out of ammo in an unfortunate time, so Emperor should be able to get the heal off now. As Chicken Coop Gaming trying to make their way in from this southern side. Swarm going to be able to take down one, as it looks like Tuk Tuk want to make a push over towards Shook. Chicken Coop Gaming going for the heal inside the smoke, sending it down towards even the score, as Gangster getting the flashes, getting the nades ready. They know. Oh no. Oh no, Gangster accidentally threw the grenade at his teammate. That was definitely a very close one, but they know that Chicken Coop are going to be making a push down onto this here. Molotov lands close, but not close enough as Chicken Coop, they're on the defensive. They have players from both sides, however, as Mippin's third party and all the way from the north. Emperor trying to make his way down the hill. ETS, they're catching some headshots now, but is it going to be enough? Company Man takes down Chicken Coop Gaming. Emperor now, as Boomer's third party and onto this, doing some big damage. Company Man decides to move back into the compound. PP sneaking their way in. They are just about on the edge of zone here, so it is going to be rough for them, but they should be able to make it in. Dead going to be able to take down Purple Chicken now. As Chicken Coop try to make their push over on towards even the score. Tilted Wolf also going to be third party and onto this. They're not coming out. They should be able to flush out Purple Chicken. Kodak White, the solo player in this position, as Light Vegas is going to be far up to the north, is going to be able to actually run over Mippins now with the vehicle. The grenade lands close over towards Kodak White as he just gets ready to peek over. But will get sprayed out here by Aloe, so Tilted Wolf gonna be finishing off Chicken Coop Gaben. So over on the eastern side, we see Shook trying to make a push into the circle now, but Boomer's doing everything in their power to try and hold them out. Ronin just holding this wall, but shots down to the south now as Bot Push start to send it in. Will be able to get the knock over on towards Real Company Man. As Bot Push have been able to make it into the shooting range, should be able to pick up this kill at least. Tilted Wolf going to be engaging over on towards ETS, as now Protege getting another knock over on towards Tuk Tuk now. So only one player left up here for Tuk Tuk. It's going to be Aladdin's. He's just laying behind that hill, trying to survive. Mippins goes down to zone. Tilted Wolf peeking up over onto even the score, but Dead gonna be getting taken down. Speed Slayer, the last one up. Down they go. Even the score, evening it out here against Tilted Wolf as they get eliminated in 7th position. But over on this eastern side, Boomers, they're getting ready for this fight. DeVito gonna be third partying from behind. So Boomers can't really make a push up to Shook here, as they will just be laying prone. DeVito gets the knock over on towards Necros now. So only 2 players left up from Boomers. It's Bruiserton and Ronin. As they try their best to take this fight, Shook could just absolutely pop up and third party onto this. Dragon still down below in this shelter. Not a single kill this game, but they are getting themselves those valuable placement points as they make their way into 6th position. Ronin will be going down as well. I mean, the Boomers are going to be in a bit of a rough position. Bruiserton takes down one. Mortify gets ready to peek over, but Bruiserton connecting with the headshot, finishing off Shook now as they go down in 6th position. Bot Push hear the shots, so they want to W key onto this. They hear the shots over near them. It's Bruiserton just going to be laying prone. Doesn't want to give his position away at all now. Just holding this ridge. Bruiserton is outside of the circle, however. Bot Push just going to be shooting through every possible angle now. Hope taking shots over towards even the score now. Even the score definitely looking set in a good position to take this game now. So they have a huge split going on across these ridges, but Tuk Tuk, we know that Aladdin's and Hope can definitely frag out, especially with those DMRs. So it could be big here as Lemon Squeezy will be peeking out. Aladdin's is going to call it out to his teammate. Takes a shot, but it's actually going to make Lemon Squeezy aware, as it looks like Dragon actually going to be moving back into this compound now. Walleye Structor just going to play this shack as best he can, giving himself what little cover he can. Bruiserton out on the edge of zone will be getting held out here by DeVito. Potentially, as Bot Push are aware that there was a player inside here earlier. So Bruiserton just sneaking his way in through this building. Wants to try to maybe pick up a frag here. There's already 7 kills here for Boomers OG. So now the zone's going to be on them. He spots out I'm Not Arrogant. Decides not to take the shots. Interesting players. The zone will be coming in from behind. DeVito in the corner as well. So Bruiserton could make a huge play here. As the zone closes in, they might not be expecting him. If he just peeks over the top, he will be able to take down I'm Not Arrogant, providing he can hit the spray. Or can he, as DeVito crests over that ridge as well? Bruiserton just laying prone, not wanting to give anything away as the circle gets ready to close in. Spots out DeVito, wants to get this kill point, but can't risk whiffing the spray. Goes for it as DeVito gets ready to turn around. Flushes it out as well. I'm Not Arrogant. He knows where Bruceton's going to be, but Bruceton has the info as well. I'm Not Arrogant returns the fire, taking it down to our final 4 teams as Boomers OG will be getting eliminated now. So we see the zone. Aladdin's up on the north, taking shots down towards Dragon, as they may not have fragged out yet, but they were able to get themselves a strong position, and it worked up until this point. So Dragon are still inside. ETS have pretty much central control here, with Jim Jam posted up a little separately from the rest of the team. Bot Push holding the wall here. They only have 1 player left up, and it's going to be I'm Not Arrogant. Walleye just laying prone, not wanting to get aggressive over towards Aladdin's. Dragon definitely switching their gameplay over to more of a placement style of play now. It appears to be working for them as they have slowly started working their way back up that leaderboard, trying to get into that top 8 position. After trying to go very kill heavy yesterday, it didn't work out for them. So Tuk Tuk just playing it slow for the time being. Nothing much happening as the zone starts to close in. We go into phase 9 though, so it will start to close very rapidly now. As in 10 seconds, the zone will center up. Tuk Tuk and ETS, both with very central control onto this zone here. Dragon, not so much, as they are forced to just play the edge, but they still have that 4-man advantage as the smokes do start to come out. Aladdin's able to connect with some big headshots here over on towards Brutal, as now the zone going to be closing in. Takes down another, but Walleye peeks up. This is why he was playing separately now. Spray comes out from Aladdin. He does return the fire heavily now, as Dragon going to be a little bit on the back foot. I'm Not Arrogant goes down to Brutal, so the first kill of the game coming out for Dragon, and this is where they come alive. In the end game, when they know the kills are just easier to get with those lower number of players on the other team. Aladdin getting ready to peek over the top here. As we see where that dot is, Walleye going to be able to take down Hope. Jim Jam trading him out in return. One player left up for Tuk Tuk is going to be Aladdin's, as Gangster takes down Hope now. Aladdin's just playing this so carefully, realizes Flax is going to be up here, takes down one. Dragon going to be in a rough position now as Walleye and Lemon Squeezy, the only 2 players up. Looks like Lemon Squeezy is going to be going for the res on towards his teammate, as Brutal has been able to make it up, but he's low HP, as Aladdin's will be getting flushed out now by Bev. So it's a 3v3 fight. ETS do have a little bit of a ridge to work with here. There's a big spray coming out from Walleye. Not going to be enough. Brutal and Lemon Squeezy, the final 2 players remaining. Brutal goes for the spray, but not going to be able to connect. Lemon Squeezy takes down one. He's the final player left standing. He's forced to pop the first aid. It's going to be a rough one. Brutal going to be getting flushed out. Can he maybe clutch it out? Goes for the spray, takes down one. He's down to 1 HP. Can he get Jim Jam as well? Doesn't look like it. Goes for the flush to confirm. So Dragon knew they needed that final point, as ETS, even the score, will be able to pick up our 5th win of the evening with an 8-kill chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our final game of the evening. But before we get into it, let me remind you that PCS3 NA starts tomorrow with the group stages, Group A versus Group B. We're currently in the NA Challenger Series 3, the Ro64, to maybe qualify to be able to take part in that Challenger Cup. My name is Chunks. I am your host for the evening. And I think, I have to say, I think first place is kind of solidified here as Shook with 157 points here. Even the score in second place with 96. Play for Fun with 95. Boomers OG with 80. Tuk Tuk with 73. Tilted Wolf and Demon Rises tied with 55. Dragon NA with 53 in that 8th place position, and Rise Esports with 51. So I hate to say it, but I think those top 5 slots are pretty much solidified now in terms of them being able to qualify through. So teams like Dragon, Rise, Demon Rises, Tilted Wolf, Bot Push, Rat City Vengeance, they're all gonna have to fight now and have some huge games between them. Bot Push need 22 points. Sorry, 20-something points, 15-something points to make it into that top 8, and they really need to hope that Dragon, Demon Rise, and Tilted Wolf don't do too well. So it really is anyone's game at the moment to be able to qualify for the Ro32, but we are here on Erangel, and let me tell you, I am excited. As these top spots are solidified, we'll see if Shook can maybe cross that 100 kill mark, as they're currently on 97 kills. So 3 more, and they cross that 100 point mark. So let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as we are on Erangel for our final game of the evening and the final game of the Ro64. So the top 8 teams will qualify to move on to the Ro32, to move on to the Ro16, and then potentially make it into the Challenger Cup to compete against those top tier players from PCS3. As now Aloe going to be taking the first shots of the game. Tilted Wolf, they want to get aggressive. They know they're just about on the cusp of getting points here. So they are going to be trying to engage here over towards Bot Push. Let's expect potentially a couple hot drops to be coming out here from these top teams, as Protege will be getting inside a vehicle. Donations landing on top of that flat top, however, not going to be able to get run over. So Protege definitely a little let down, but Shook have pretty much confirmed themselves. I mean, they have confirmed themselves as our first place team here without a doubt, with an insane point lead. But can they get 3 kills and potentially break that 100 point boundary? Remember, it's the top 8 teams that qualify here, so any team that's between 8th and 12th still has a chance. If they just have one big game, you guys can do !leaderboard in chat to check it yourself and see just how everything is stacking up. So Dead going to be taking a couple shots over for Tilted Wolf, trying to connect on towards Bot Push, as the shots will be getting returned here. However, not going to quite land on him. DeVito peeking out through the window. Not going to be able to get eyes on towards Dead here. Dead realizing he has to move away from this, as they do have eyes onto his position. Circle is fairly central, so teams not going to have too much of a rough time, except for maybe these eastern teams, as the zone definitely appears to be... Sorry, the playing path definitely appears to be like a lot of teams dropped off early over to the east, which could be a little risky here, as teams gonna have to rotate through Pachinki, Ruins, etc. to make their way into the zone. So it's definitely gonna be a rough one. But ladies and gentlemen, please, as we get into our final game of the day, show some support for your favorite teams. Spam those emotes, spam those copy pastas, and show them some love, because you know they need it. As we go into our final game, they need that motivation. to make their way through to the Ro32 if they can make it into the top 8. So for the time being, teams appearing to play very carefully, except for over on this northwestern side, as Tilted Wolf realize they kind of have to take a fight early and pick themselves up some kills. But our bot push, the team they want to be taking it against, as do you see Aloe is going to be looting Hospital. He's very split off from the rest of his team now. So just going to be looting up. Doesn't notice the first aid, however, which could be a little risky as he only has 2 of them at the moment. Rise going to be looting up over on that northeastern side. Shouldn't be too much to worry about. Demon Rises, however, they're very split off. With Chicken Coop over on the west here of Weng, it could be pretty rough for him. If he does end up getting crashed by Demon Rises as they start to rotate their way through, we'll hop on board with Eel real quick from Play for Fun, as he's just going to be looting up over towards school, but Dragon are making a push down on towards this now. It's Lemon Squeezy in the UAS. They will be moving away nice and safely as Eel switches over to that SLR, wants to try and take a couple shots over towards them. Can't quite connect on towards the UAS as he decides to hop down and play it safe. So Eel should be safe for the time being. Hops into his buggy to try and get away here. Going for the reposition, trying to group up with the rest of the team. As the drop does appear to be coming down here, we will see if any teams are going to be able to get it, but it does definitely look in a bit of an exposed position here. So could be rough for these players to grab, as it looks almost like it's about to just slide down the hill here. It is going to be a Groza, but most importantly, that 3 gear can just be huge for them. There are any teams around that could maybe pick it up. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case, as Bev actually going to be having a bit of an incident here. I'm assuming with a vehicle for ETS. Down by Quarry. Should be safe, however, for the time being. It does appear that Boomers OG are going to be heading very close here to Demon Rises, as MM is going to be up inside of this building. Taking a couple shots. Not sure whether that was intentional or not now. But Boomers are going to be a little bit down to the south, starting to rotate their way around. MMM definitely going to be taking some shots towards it, but not really wanting to overcommit here, as he is solo and the rest of Demon Rises are a little bit far away. Boomers taking the vehicles to work their way into the circle a little more. Heading over towards V's as Shook going to be taking the shelter now. Every team just playing very carefully, not wanting to give away too much right now. Some big splits coming out from a couple of these teams, but they are risky, as Leezy just going to be taking a couple pot shots, just making his compound known, making sure that no teams really are going to push up into this now. As ETS down on the south, starting to make their way into circles. Same goes for Chicken Coop Gaming. Up on the north, Tuk Tuk are going to be a little split, but luckily not going to be taking any engagements this time. We will hop on board with Cypher real quick, though, from Cat Jam. He will be up on the northern side. Bot push sending a vehicle over with 2 players inside it. Cypher maybe get the spray onto this. Doesn't look like it, as bot push should be able to make it away safely. But still 1 player down to the south yet to rotate over. So as Cypher and Lucid hop into the vehicle, it could mean that we could potentially see a drive-by here, but Cypher is going to hop into this Dacia. It looks like Kodak should be able to get out of here nice and safely before Cat Jam make a push over into this area. So as the circle gets ready to close in, we see teams starting to force themselves in now. Cat Jam are ready here for bot push to come over this ridge. It's not going to be the case, as I'm Not Arrogant will be piloting the vehicle off to the north and avoiding them at all costs. Cat Jam just boosting up for the time being, knowing there could be another player following. Kodak in the buggy could get caught off guard here. As now Catjam, they're ready. They go for the spray. Kodak getting taken out. Crutch able to get the knock. Kodak is down, so Bot Push going to be losing a player early. Tuk actually setting up an interesting position here. Potentially going to be able to try and hold Excite out of the zone. So they do head down south, decide to take that bridge over near Watertown. And not taking any shots over towards Bot Push. So they are going to be coming in through Watertown here. Nothing too much to worry about. So the circle, oh wow. What a hard shift down to the southeast over towards prison. No teams were expecting this, but this has worked out well here for Shook and Boomers OG as they have got these southeastern positions under control. Rise as well should be able to make it in without too much of a problem. But I'll tell you, if this ends up being a prison circle for our final game, then the PUBG gods are not on our side. The Agent of Chaos has returned. It's a long shot, but there is the possibility of a prison circle here, which are very rare, but always exciting to watch. As now, Chicken Coop are going to be rotating in down to the south, following in behind Boomers here. However, it does look like they're probably just going to go and get themselves some hard cover. Dragon rotating in from the north. They could potentially try to go for a drive-by here. As Walleye is going to be in the vehicle, so is Flax. Flax goes for the spray, not going to be able to connect onto it, though. As he looks out behind. We do see Walleye trying to hit the spray. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, however. Lemon Squeezy just posted up on top of Volcano, trying to get eyes down. As Tilted Wolf, they've hopped out of the vehicle. It looks like they maybe had an incident here. So Walleye getting ready to peek over, but he has no idea. He doesn't peek over onto it. So they just try to get eyes down on towards this rotating team. Demon Rise are going to be able to get the knock over onto Kodak here, but Light Vegas should be able to get the res off onto it as they do have themselves a bit of a ridge to play with. Demon Rises do have themselves a compound, but is it going to be enough? As now Nahak's going to be engaging over towards Rise. If Rise were to go out in this position, I think it would be the end for them, as Protege is going to be taking a couple barrel shots towards them. There's lots of shots up to the north. UMAD trying to connect over on towards Dragon as Play for Fun. Trying their best to catch these rotating players on their way round. Just not going to be enough as Dragon making their way straight in towards Bot Push. As I'm Not Arrogant getting ready to go for the spray. Over towards Lemon Squeezy. Does a lot of damage. Takes down Walleye. Lemon Squeezy is still alive as Walleye is going to be knocked actually behind that ridge here. So they could potentially try to go for the res. And it looks like that's going to be what Lemon Squeezy does. But is that going to be the play? As I'm Not Arrogant throws down some smokes, a little bit of cover from behind. One big nade, and it could be the end of Lemon Squeezy here, and the end of Dragon's chances. They'll only have 2 players up if a nade is successful here. Excite and I'm Not Arrogant both trying to get aggressive onto this. Brutal will be able to return fire over on towards Rat City. But this isn't the right team that they need to be focusing on here, as I'm Not Arrogant goes for another spray in towards that vehicle. Does a lot of damage. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes, he is, as Lemon Squeezy and Walleye both going down now. So Dragon, only 2 players remaining. They're trying to go for the res, but it looks like Bot Push are just wanting to send it into this. Rat City Vengeance are going to be trying to third party from long ranges. Donations will be connecting on towards I'm Not Arrogant. But Bot Push getting aggressive onto this, throwing down the smokes to try to cover them from the side angle. They want to make the push, as they have been able to get the res onto all of their team now, but more nades start to come down over towards Dragon. Can I'm Not Arrogant make something happen as he connects onto Flax? Will be able to get the knock onto this. Walleye peeks up as well, trades it out as the rest of Bot Push a little bit far back here. Excite coming in from the side angle, tries to connect over towards Brutal. Walleye turns around and actually Lemon Squeezy picks up the knock on towards Excite now. So DeVito going to be the final player up. I'm not sure whether this is good for them here, as Dragon should be able to pick themselves up these points and finish off this fight, as it does shift down to the south. over towards the lumberyard, and teams are really going to suffer now as Donations and Kodak both laying down fire over towards Dragon here. Is actually Chicken Coop Gaming going to be having a player ran over. It's now Chicken Coop getting pushed here by Demon Rises. MM going to be shooting from behind. Chicken's going to be the last player up. Doesn't realize but Leezy has ran up on top of him now. Leezy getting ready to drop down. Realizes there is going to be a player down here. And Purple Chicken needs to try and survive now and get some placement points here for Chicken Coop Gaming, as he will be the final player remaining. No points for them this game, as MMN going to be flushing out like Vegas. So it looks like Demon Rises, they are just going to be able to loot up nice and safely. They are getting peppered, however, from Necros from long range. So Necros with that 8x SLR will be able to get the knock, should most likely be able to get the flush, providing Leezy isn't able to get behind that vehicle in time, which it looks like he was just about able to. Shook going to be able to get a knock over onto Walleye now as Protege is down. They flush out Walleye, and Dragon going to be in a rough position as they just head in towards Shook. Flax will be able to return fire, however, over on towards V's. So this could be big for Dragon. This could be exactly what they needed, as even though they are getting players knocked and flush here, Shook, the top team in the lobby, have already lost V's to Dragon. Lemon Squeezy getting knocked and flushed from long range by Eel. So two players up here for Dragon, going for the spray on towards Donations, trying to pick up every point they can, but only 2 kills so far. Trying to connect onto Ooh, not going to be enough, as Flax trying his best to do some big damage. Brutal coming up from the side angle, not sure whether it's going to be enough though, as Ooh has been able to try and back off this 2x spray coming out, as it looks like Shook will be losing another player. They only have 1 kill so far. I know I want to see them get past this 100 kill mark, as Protege looking down the hill, trying to connect with the ball over on towards USAD. Not going to be enough, as now the nade comes out. Flax will be able to take down Ooh now, so 3 players left up here for Shook as they just lay low inside of prison. Eel will be able to get the knock on towards Protege now, as down to the south. Cat Jam going to be engaging with Rat City Vengeance as they lose yet another player. So Donations is going to be the last player up for Rat City Vengeance. Looking like it could potentially be a 0-point game for them, and these teams that really needed strong games are just not able to turn up at the last moment, and it's going very badly for them, as Protege will be getting flushed out. Shook are safe no matter what, pretty much. They have themselves that placement, and they should be able to move on to the next round. Tilted Wolf down on this southern side. They are getting pinged down by ETS here, who are taking a lot of long-range shots, but nothing too much to worry about, as for the time being, they are inside circle. Alawi will be getting knocked here by Ace, as the circle does hard shift down to the southwest. So Shook, they have to try and fight their way out of this here, and so do Dragon, as Dragon in a very rough position at the moment. The barrel will connect. That leaves Brutal as the last player, and I think this might just be the end of Dragon here. I don't really see any way that they can qualify with Brutal as a one-man. He's going to get hit from behind as well. If Play for Fun are able to get eyes down onto it, he should be safe for the time being, but Shook, they are just pinning him down in a 2v1. Brutal in a 1v2, goes for the spray, tries to connect onto one, but down go Dragon in 12th position. They pit themselves up 3 points, but I just don't think that's going to be enough to qualify here. Dragon will be going out in 12th position. We will have to hold out hope, though, as we never know how the leaderboards will look until everything is said and done. Necros going to be able to get the knock over on towards Demon Rises now. As now Cat Jam trying their best to engage over on towards Rise, as they try their best to make their way up the hill. Nahak's going to be forced to play a little bit off to the side angle and go for the heals. Crutch will be able to take down Jay Snow with the bolt, however. Lucid getting a little bit more aggressive, knows roughly where Nahax is going to be. Spots out Dr. Claw with the SLR at the last moment, as Shook will be getting eliminated by Play for Fun. However, Shook should be able to take this first place. I'm not sure whether they were able to break that 100 kill mark or not, but definitely going to be interesting to see as Dr. Claw going to be returning fire over on towards Lucid now. Cypher holding this side angle, trying his best to connect on towards the hacks, but deciding instead to regroup as Chicken Coop Gaming getting eliminated by Demon Rises. But Demon Rises, they're going to be in a rough position as Boomers, they hear these shots, they start to flank out and stretch into this position now. Knowing that Demon Rises are going to be somewhere down this hill, it's very open here. Tuk could potentially get eyes down onto this. As Demon Rises just trying their best to work their way up the hill. They take the vehicle, but this could grab the attention of Necros now. As Ronan just going to be looking down on towards this ridge. Knows that they're coming sooner or later. Play for fun, moving in from the north, down on towards Company Manners. He will be knocked. Bruiserton trying to move in to go for the revive here, but Play for fun, throwing down the flashbangs and everything. They will be able to connect on towards Bruiserton. Eel doing a lot of damage with that barrel, but not enough to get the knock here. As Bruiserton just running for his life. He knows he's in a rough position. Rodden going to be in top of that wizard tower, just boosting up, hoping he can maybe catch a side angle here on towards UMAD, but it looks like UMAD is already looking down onto it with the SLR. One or two more bullets and it will be the end of him, but he does go prone just about in time now. The circle shifts over to the east again. It's rough as ETS. They're engaging over towards Rise now, laying down so much fire. The smokes are down, so Rise should be safe for the time being. UMAD taking big shots down towards that final Boomer player. As Demon Rise is working their way in from the north, slowly but surely. 5 kills. This is big for them now. They should be able to solidify their position inside that top 8 if they are able to just frag out this game. Play for Fun do have that second place at the moment, so they don't need to worry too much as UMAD will be going down. More shots over on the western side as Tuk start to engage over on towards Demon Rise. They spot out Leezy. He gets taken low. Swoon from the side angle, trying his best to watch out, but doesn't see him as he takes cover behind the tree. Flexing down to the south now as they realize the zone is on their back and they need to try and move. They're not going to be able to spot out any of those players from Demon Rises, but they are certainly keeping an eye out. ETS taking a lot of shots down the hill as Mippin's going to be going out as well now. Tilted Wolf focusing fire down on towards Donations, and Rat City Vengeance out in 9th position. It's rough for them here. They pick up a very low point game. Eel with a big spray, but it's not enough as Necros goes for the repeat. And Necros going to be able to clean up Play for Fun now as they go out in 8th place. Boomers with 3 kills. This is big for them here as they were just on the cusp of qualification. Just small differences make a massive change to whether you qualify or not, as Rise now are going to be pushing down on towards Boomers. Necros, the only player standing. Trying to take on 2 teams at once here. Just going for the reload on the barrel. Knows there's going to be players up above. Bopley able to get the flush over on towards Leezy. J Snow peeks out on towards Necros. Will be able to take down that final Boomers player. As we're down to 6 teams remaining. These players are dropping like flies now as up to the north. Demon Rises, they're just going to be looting these bodies. Tuk starting to make a push in. They know there were fights over here earlier. There's Leafy just getting ready, watching every possible angle here. Demon Rise is just going to be laying prone, using these bodies for cover. They hear the nades coming out, though. Is Leafy getting ready to peek out? Oh no, Might is popping the boost. It could be too late as Leafy does get eyes onto this. The final player up, it's going to be Wank. He's down to 2 HP, tries to go for the flush to pick up just 1 more kill point, but he knows as soon as he stands up, he's going to be in trouble. Goes for the hip fire on towards Leafy. No eyes on where he is, and it's not going to be enough as Leafy connects with the headshot. Down go Demon Rise in 6th position. Tuk able to clean that one up. Rise Esports down to the south. They have themselves some hard cover inside the zone now. As Tuk start to try to push in from the north. ETS also down to the south, have to make their way in circle. Aladdin's going for the spray, not able to connect. Switches over to the SLR to try to get an angle onto J Snow, but doesn't realize he's already moved now. As the southern side pretty much empty, ETS working their way in from the west now. Dr. Claw looking down onto it, but he gets caught by Bev, as Bev just going to be using that vehicle for cover. The rest of ETS making their way up here. Aladdin's trying to go for the heal with the smokes as the nades do start to land. Tilted Wolf are going to have a player knocked. Swarm getting flushed out now by Gangster, so another point here for ETS as now Rise just caught in the middle of this fight. They have themselves some cover at least with these buildings, but as teams start to close in from all different angles, it's going to be rough for them. Hope trying to climb up on top of this as Sigarona's just going to be playing down the hill. He will get spotted out. Hope calls this out to the team, but Sigarona's has been able to get inside of the building for safety. Lots of nades coming out here from even the score as they try to make a push in. Only 2 kills so far. They want more. They want to confirm themselves in the top 8 to move on to the next round. As Speedy Slayer going to be going down here for Tilted Wolf Esports. They only have 2 players left up. They're down to the south. Lots of shots coming in. Lucid from the side angle. Cat Jam just trying to frag out now. They're on 6 kills already. This is going to be big for them as Ace now able to connect with a Molotov over on towards Dr. Claw. J Snow going to be going down to a gas can explosion as Jim Jam from the side angle tries to connect onto this. Another gas can explosion going to be taking out J Snow now as Bev trying his best to spray down on towards Nahax. He will go down as Ace is going to be on fire. So Sigaronis, the final player left up from Rise, and he realizes he has to get a good placement here if he wants to be able to qualify and move on to the next round. As only the top 8 teams advance, Rise were definitely on the cusp. As now up on top of this hill, Tuk Tuk are going to be taking an engagement with ETS. The knock comes out on towards Bev, so Jim Jam now going to be the player holding the side angle, focusing down the hill, but realizes he has to stop Tuk Tuk from being able to push now, so goes for the heal on towards Bev. Tuk Tuk looking like they slowly want to get aggressive. The zone has shifted down to the south. It's going to be rough for them. Ace watching out to the north, trying his best to engage onto Tuk Tuk, but he just doesn't have a clean line of sight with that tree and with those rocks in the way. As Cat Jam will be getting lit up a little over on the east, so Lucid in a bit of a rough position. So now he's going to be forced to just lay low. Do see where all these players are. There's so much cover. Gangster gets the opening knock on towards Tuk Tuk now. Aladdin's trying to trade it out, but he does get hit from the side angle. Has to switch his focus. Jim Jam holding this ridge. Not going to peek over just yet, as Gangster will be able to get the flush on towards Hope. Sigaronas takes down Leafy, flushes it out as well. So one more point here for Rise Esports, as Sigaronas now, he's given away his location. It's going to be rough for him here if he wants to get in these placement points. There are 5 teams remaining, so all teams have at least picked up a couple of points here. It might come down to who wins this to see who qualifies, because the points are just that close here. Some teams fragging out, some teams hoping for that placement. This is where those heavy kill play styles definitely come in handy, as Aladdin's will be going down now for Tuk Tuk. Sigaronas still laying prone inside of this compound as Cypher starts to take shots over towards Bev from ETS. Ace getting ready to peek over. Hasn't been spotted out just yet for the time being. So we do see the team logo. Sigarona still laying prone. Even the score, they get ready to push in. They think there's going to be a player inside here, but in fact, it is clear. So even the score, playing very carefully, not wanting to give any info away now. As Cat Jam do have the high ground, they will be forced to move down into the zone a little. Down to the south, Tilted Wolf, they have that position again, which they can play off of, but there's only 2 alive. They've only got 1 kill, so they need to frag out now and get themselves at least a 3rd place if they really want to confirm themselves in that top 8 now. As the sprays do come out from Aloe, he's trying to connect up towards Crutch. But Boppy going to be engaging with the 3x barrel. Catches him from the side angle. Shots up to the north now. Sigaronas is still solo inside of this building, and he's throwing down everything he has. All the utility. as ETS. It appears that maybe they don't have any frags or Molotovs remaining. Gangster trying to move around the side here. He realizes he has to try to push. Actually shoots his teammate by mistake here, so this could be a risky one now, as they are going to be low on utility and med. So burning through them is huge here, as Bopoli trying to peek over the top. Cat Jam just working their way down. Lucid, big spray down on towards ETS, but it's not going to be enough as Gangster takes down Cigaronis. Ace forced to back off for the heal now. Bopoli getting up over the top here, tries to get aggressive, as now Cat Jam versus ETS versus Tilted Wolf. It's going to be messy. Bopoli just laying prone. Ace is getting ready to peek over. Ace peeks over. Gets caught now. 3 players left up from ETS as they try their best to make a push over towards Catjam. But Catjam have the high ground here. Bev tries to go for the spray. Crutch isn't going to be able to spot him out. Crutch getting lit up, taken down, but Crutch will be able to take out Gangster in return, meaning that there's only 2 players left up. It's going to be Jim Jam and Bev now as the nades start to land close. Jim Jam takes a little bit of damage, but pops the first aid just in time. Now Lucid trying to get aggressive. Tilted Wolf all the way down the hill are going to be doing some big damage. Spray comes out here from Bev. However, he runs out of ammo just before being able to take down these players, as Lucid gets flushed out. Cypher getting knocked as well. Tilted Wolf, they're coming alive. They're starting to third party. So only 1 player left up from Cat Jam. It's going to be Crutch. He goes down here as Dead starts to come alive, picking up 2 players at the end. It's a 2v2 situation. Jim Jam goes for the spray. Is it going to be enough, as Aloe getting caught out here? Peeks over on towards Dead. Down he goes. Aloe, the last player up for Tilted Wolf, as Bev with 4 bullets in his gun tries to go for the spray. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as it goes down to a 1v1 here. Spray comes out. Bev cleans it up with the headshot. Even the score, the winners of our final game of the evening and of the event, with an 11 kill chicken dinner, holding that compound from early on and fragging out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short back, but I will be back as soon as possible with the leaderboards. Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. And it's gonna be a close one. I did warn you of this. Obviously, our winners by far was Shook. They managed to get 100 kills over 12 games, making it 160 total points here. Followed in second by Even the Score with 117 points. Play for Fun just about crossing that 100-point mark with Dead on 100 in third place. Boomers OG with 84 points in fourth place. Tuk Tuk with 81. Tilted Wolf with 64. Demon Rises with 63. And that leaves Cat Jam at the cutoff point in that 8th position with 59 points. It was a close one. It was well fought from all teams, but unfortunately, Rise, Dragon, Bot Push, Rat City Vengeance, and Chicken Coop Gaming will be unable to qualify, and unfortunately will not be competing in the RO32 for PCS3, but never fear, because there are more future competitions, and I'm sure for a lot of these players it was their first time ever really competing. So congratulations to all players for taking part, especially those that have qualified, and I hope to see you all in the Challenger Cup when the time comes around. Thank you everyone for watching. I've been Chunks. Thank you to all the players and for the PUBG and GLL teams who have worked behind the scenes to make this production possible. It was pretty much a solo production in terms of actually the stream and everything, but so much went on to organize this event, to get signups, to host the games. So thank you to GLL and to PUBG Corp for hosting PCS NA Challenger Series 3. I'm Chunks, and I will see you guys next time.